I'm running a little late today across the board. Everything. Got out of bed a little later than I wanted to because I really did not want to get out. My mattress was just clean, extra clean this morning, shall we say, and I did not want to leave it. Then getting out of the gym was, for my morning workout, turned out to also be a little bit of a slower affair than I wanted it to because a bunch of people were using the pool up, so I had to stay a little longer during the ending portion of my workout training to make sure I got a proper swim in. Then I had to run over to Costco to pick up some much-needed grocery for myself, but then I ended up forgetting to grab something on the way out, so I had to go back in a second time to go and grab grab one little item. Then drive all the way back home, make myself something to eat, and now here I am, 30-something minutes from late than I would have preferred to have started doing this. But, I mean, hey, it's not the worst. It's not the biggest delay, all things considered. Just means that I'm going to be likely pushing this stream out a little bit later than I was initially planning to, and hopefully that won't cause any problems for me. I don't expect it will, but you never know. So, hello everybody. I hope that your day is a little less chaotic than mine has turned out to be so far. Well, I'm not sure chaotic is really the right word, but rather nothing has gone wrong to cause any unwanted delays in any of your guys' schedules. Other than that, I ended up discovering a very unexpected little surprise on GOG.com. Now, let me see if I can pull that up real fast, because I want to show this to any of you who might be interested in this before I get started on today's stream for Higurashi. Now, let me pull this thing up. All right, come on. Load, bitch. Oh, maybe it's not loading because it needs cookies. Alright, so new arrivals. So yeah, I just found this out as I was out and about here, killing time. Look what showed up on GOG.com. Silent Hill 2 Remake. This thing hasn't even been out for a whole year yet here, so I'm actually genuinely surprised to have seen this show up on other PC platforms outside of Steam, let alone GOG. So, yeah. If any of you guys here may have had any sort of interest in this particular game, and you want a completely DRM-free version that you can install, that you can buy and install, and not have to rely on an internet connection, that sort of thing, in order to play it, then, well, here you go, I guess. Still expensive as hell, at $80 if you're getting a deluxe version, but, well, we have sales for that. But yeah, I thought I'd share that with you guys here. I thought that was a really cool little thing. Definitely not the sort of thing I'd expect out of Konami, especially with how they tend to treat their IPs. I don't know if Blooper Team or whoever else worked on this game here might have had something to do with this, but whoever is responsible for this sort of thing, I give them props for actually releasing this thing on GOG, on GOG of all places too, to boot, and even within less of a year of it showing up on Steam. So yeah, props to the people at Konami or whoever else gave the go-ahead for this thing. I'll definitely keep that in mind when I eventually get around to trying that game out for myself. Well, that's still a little ways away from now. I'll probably end up saving that for the Halloween season of this year. So like what, 5-something months from now or something like that, give or take. No promises on that, but I'll see if I can try to shoot for that. So, as for what we're going to be doing today, we are going to be checking out the alternate console version of the Hirukowashi arc. So before I set everything up here. This is like about a week or so ago. a couple weeks ago now. I set up a little poll and wanting to get some feedback from you guys, and out of 16 votes, the overwhelming majority of you guys wanted me to check out the alternate console version of the Hirukowashi arc, which is the arc I just did a little bit ago, or rather the original PC version. And this alternate console version, while I'm assuming having the same basic setup as the original PC version, it promises to be very different from the original PC version to the point of almost being a whole new arc. So I know I've said that before in community posts and other such things here, but I just felt like I should repeat that for those of you who may not have been aware of that and are just tuning into this stream right now. So yeah, I will be the judge as to how. I'll be the judge of that. It promises to be one thing, but if it's only going to change like one or two major scenes, I'm not going to be too terribly happy about that. But I will say I did watch the intro for this alternate console version arc in order to get the thumbnail for this, which is what you're seeing right here, with Reina holding this little mirror-like object. So I'm assuming that's the MacGuffin that is going to be playing the role in the alternate console version of Hirukowashi. Unlike these little stones in the original PC version. So that is definitely, assuming my assumption is correct here, that is definitely one notable difference right off the bat. So that definitely shows me some promise. So without further ado, let's get into it, everybody. Now, I am coming through on this thing, okay, yeah? Let me check something. Let me check my audio. Yeah, okay, good. Almost forgot to check that before I started. That would have been bad if I was just rambling off this whole time and you guys couldn't hear a word I was saying. Hirukowashi. Now, I've already read the summary of this for the original PC version, so we're just going to go right on ahead and select the alternate console version. Enjoy the intro. One thing I will say is funny about this intro, at least to me, is how it takes genuinely serious plot elements from the main story and turns into something much more lighthearted and comical. Like the whole scuffle between Keiichi and Reina on the rooftop from chapter 6, I believe. And, you know, Natsume going homicidal there. Just little stuff like that. Nothing bad ever happens in this series. It's just nothing but a tale about friendship and happy things and crazy club antics. Nothing bad ever happens in this series. At least that's what this intro would probably have you believe. And another notable difference right off the bat, besides the intro, is we actually have proper voiced dialogue in this version of the arc, which is something I did already find out after just briefly booting this thing up here at the end of the PC version run, just to check out and see. So my throat will definitely be damn grateful to not have to do quite as much reading as I did with the original PC version. So that's definitely a point in this thing's favor.
そのご機嫌具合から見て、例のダム現場にまた新しいゴミ山でもできたんだろう。
そうなの。新しい山には何が埋まってるのかな。かわいいお宝の予感。帰ったらね、すぐに宝探しに行くんだよ。ケイチ君も一緒に来ないかな。
Now, if that mirror in the intro is indeed the MacGuffin in this alternate console version of this arc, I'm willing to bet you that they're going to just recycle the plot point that is an item that Hanyu or some ancient residents of Hinamizawa ended up making. They're probably going to recycle that little bit of backstory. At least I think they will.
俺か？ミオンに借りた漫画まだ全巻読み終わってないんだよな。
女の子が誘ってるのにケイチ君は漫画を選ぶんだね。はお、今日の部活で助け舟を出してあげたのにそのご恩返しがこれなんだね。
Hey, to be fair, Reina, 2D girls are nice. They really are. I mean, you should know you are one.
嘘です、ごめんなさい。宝探し万歳です。ぜひレナさんの旅に同行させてくださいませ。
Club activities today could be summed up as heartless. Every man for himself. Joke's on you, you're the only man in the club. Anyone showing weakness was crushed and dropped into last place. I would gladly romp people at an advantage, and be romped when the roles were reversed. But today, luck just wasn't in my favor, and the deciding match completely backfired on me. I'm getting tongue twisted already. As things should be when it comes to the laws of this universe. That was when Reina had given me a little help.
でも結果的にビリだったね。罰ゲーム今度の日曜日が楽しみかな。
レナにあれだけ助けてもらってこのざまとは不甲斐ないぜ。
I hope that however events in this alternate console version end up playing out here, they don't do a repeat of the Shogi segment from the original PC version. I'll admit that one definitely overstayed its welcome, and me being more or less clueless on how Shogi actually works as a game, it was next to impossible for me to get really super invested. In the end, I couldn't put Reina's help to good use, and that locked me in last place. But it was definitely thanks to her that I could even try going for that big deciding match to turn things around. If she hadn't helped me out, I would have lost even worse, without even having that opportunity. Reina and I didn't have any responsibility to try and pressure me. Normally, you decide that if you couldn't hope for first, you could at least avoid last. If she left me alone, it would have assured my last place finish. She wouldn't gain anything from saving me, aside from risk to herself, would she? A favor from you would be my first guess. And yet she'd helped me anyway. That fragment of kindness in the world of our cold, heartless club was sublime, as though the Buddha's nimbus had reached me in hell. Now be honest with yourself, Keiichi. Are all the ladies that you surround yourself with really that horrible? I mean, sure, they all take sadistic glee in your suffering when you lose your games and all that, but is that really so bad? Is wearing a cat collar and trying to flirt with the school principal really such a horrible thing to experience? The one rule, of our club was to fight without pity or mercy. But even amidst that, Reina was the one who always held on to her kindness. She wants everyone to have a good time playing games. Yes, she holds on to her kindness until she doesn't.
買いかぶりすぎだよ。レナはワンサイドゲームって嫌いなだけ。だってどう戦っても逆転がないって分かったら誰だってふてくされちゃうもん。
まあな。罰ゲームは俺に確定だってんで、決着を待たずに服の採寸までされてたからな。ああ、くそ。一体何の服の採寸なんだろうな。とほほほほ。
どんな逆境からでもいつだって逆転はできると思うの。
Try telling that to professional chess players.
そういう世界じゃないといけない。だからね、レナはどうしても困ってる人にチャンスを与えずにはいられないの。
レナは本当に優しいんだな。なんて話を聞かされると、レナが弱り目の時容赦なく叩いてきた俺に両親の呵責が
レナが好きでやってるんだから、ケイチ君までそうしてなんて言わないよ。でもレナがピンチになった時は貸しを返してくれると嬉しいかな。
おう、今日のは仮にしとくぜ。まあそれとは別でだ。たまにはレナの宝探しに付き合ってやるぜ。じゃあダム現場のゴミ山に集合でいいな。
ダム現場の宝の山に集合ね。
After answering with a wide smile, Reina ran off, waving her arm. Well, I think this is definitely different. I don't remember this scene being in the PC original.
そろそろお買い物に行かないと特売を逃しちゃいますよ。卵1パックがお一人様1点のみ10円だって。
Actually, no, wait. This scene was in the original. It's just the real difference is I don't think Shion was actually here. I think it was just Sadako.
あとトイレットペーパーの6個セットが今日なら8円もお得で、お風呂洗剤が試供品のおまけ付き。夕方前ならスタンプも2倍って言ってませんでしたか？
Now that I think about it, well, Shion was absent in the original PC version of this arc, wasn't she?
もう人手が欲しいって言うからわざわざ来てあげたって言うのに。
I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think she was. And if she wasn't, well then there you go.
一体どうしたのでございますか、リカ?
Yeah, this is definitely different for sure. They definitely weren't, Sadako and Rika definitely weren't in the ritual storehouse in the original arc for sure. So, okay. That's good. We're definitely changing things around and pretty early on. So I'm definitely happy to see that. I wasn't subjected to false advertising so far from the looks of things.
早くお買い物に行きませんとシオンさんを待たせてしまいますわよ。大変なのです。さとこ、これを見てくださいなのです。
Take a look at what? The family photo album?
あら、どうかしましたの？航路の足が欠けておりますわね。
Maybe it deteriorated over time from continued use, and that's why it broke off.
だいぶくたびれた感じですし、まあこの程度なら簡単に直せる道具がいろいろございますからご安心なさいませ。
I think this, I think this scene, now that I think about it, was actually in the original PC version too, but the difference was it featured Rika and Hanyu talking about the incense burner. Still different enough here, just by virtue of having some characters present in the case of Shion, and characters switched around in the case of this scene. Do we have any more of that wood glue? Last time we bought some was when we needed to fix that chest of drawers.
そうじゃないのです。この香炉は200年前に僕のご先祖様があるものを封印した時にお供えしたものなのです。そしてこれが壊れたということは封印が解けてしまったということなのです。なんだかたかがボロっちい香炉が壊れただけでずいぶん大げさな話でございますが、それが何かすごくまずいことでもありますの？
If the original PC version of this arc was anything to go by, yes, absolutely.
この古文書によると、使い道を誤るとものすごい惨劇になってしまうかもしれない危険なもののようなのです。理科のご先祖様がわざわざ封印するぐらいなんですから、なんだかヤバそうな話に聞こえますわね。それで惨劇の規模はどのくらいなのでございますか？それもこの古文書に書いてありますのです。ちょっと読みにくい漢字ばかりですが、さとこ読めますですか？
Wait, how would you expect her to be able to read this? She isn't even part of she isn't part of your family lineage. Actually, wait, no. They're probably no. Now that I think about it, it's not like as though Rika's family. It's not like as though Rika's family developed their own special written language for their ancient texts. So I don't know where I got that idea from. It's probably just a more ancient form of Japanese kanji and all that. That's more difficult to read for the more modernized Japanese that are familiar with a more modern contemporary writing style.
ふわらずの勾玉の際か?
I think a better argument actually that I could have made was why wouldn't Rika be able to read this herself, given how old her spirit is and all that, by virtue of all the time loops that she's been a part of throughout the whole series. If anyone was likely to have knowledge on how to read these ancient texts, I would figure it'd probably be her for sure. If Hanyu wasn't present to do it herself.
例年より訪れの早き夏?
Magatama Furuwazu. So wait, they're recycling the Magatamas?
門外不出の門外不出の至宝不わらずの勾玉が人海へこぼれ出し恐ろしき災厄を招いたり、古文書にはそう書かれてありますのです。そして当時は随分怪我人が出たと書かれてありますのです。不わらずの勾玉は鬼神の残したる地獄の至宝なり、人里に現れることあれば地獄より鬼たちが現れ人々に取り付き阿鼻教官の地獄絵図となるものなり。ということはつまりとんでもない事件が起こってしまうかもなのですよ。よくわかりませんが、なんだかまずい感じですわね。地獄絵図といえば、この前かぼちゃ弁当を持ってきてくださったしおんさんはまさに地獄の鬼そのものでしたわ。
Not a fan of pumpkin, are we?
しかもその後ほんの少し残しただけでその座引け特製のこちょこちょマシンの件なんて今思い出しても
Well, look on the bright side. It's not like she brought squash.
見ている側としてはなかなかに眼福だったのですよ。ミパー。
Wait a minute. What the hell? Wow, holy shit. I had the stream ended thing on this entire time. What the fuck? Well, I'm real sorry about that. That was a huge blunder on my part. I could have sworn I hit the full screen, the whole full screen button on this thing. Son of a bitch. I don't know. You guys were still able to hear the game and everything, right? I sure hope so. So, in case you weren't, then, yeah, I don't know how long this thing's actually been, well, let me see. Let's see. Okay, it was only for just a few minutes from the looks of it. Good. That's still strange, though. How did that even happen? I don't think I even touched the button. Well, yeah, so Sadako and Rika were talking about the ancient text here that warns of a certain kind of disaster that could befall the village if certain relics, the Magatamas of wait, what was it called again? Magatamas of Furazu were to show up in the village. It could end up creating a portrait of pandemonium. So that little prophecy from the ancient texts is more or less the same from the original PC version, but again, like I've been noting so far, the difference between this and the original PC version is the characters that are talking about it, for the most part, so far.
それはともかく正しく使えば
I'm sorry if
素晴らしい力があるのですが、使い方を誤ると大変なことになってしまうとのことなのです。
I'm sorry if I'm just repeating something that you guys already know here, and you guys were able to hear the audio from the game and all that here. I just don't know if it ended up cutting that out, because I shouldn't have it set to where you should be able to hear me when the stream ended card shows up on screen, but in case you ended up doing so, then, well, yeah. I'm just trying to be considerate, trying to not have to force you guys to deal with any potential blanks in information here.
あまりに危険なので、僕のご先祖様は人の世から遠ざけるため、遠いお空の向こうの世界に封印していたらしいのですが。で、その封印が解けたとなるとどうなるのでございますか？お空の上に封印したのが解けてしまいますので、そのまま村のどこかへ落下してくるということでございますか？でも正しく使えば素晴らしい力もあるとおっしゃいませんでしたか？それ次第では封印する前に少し遊んでみるのもいいかもしれませんわね。
You really don't want to. Just ask Reina from the original PC version.
とにかく早く見つけましょうなのです。誰か他の人が拾って、もし悪い使い道に気づいてしまったら大変かもなのです。
Wait a minute. If Hanyu isn't present to give this narration to Rika, then does that mean she's absent in this version of the arc?
こういう時に限って一番拾ってもらいたくない方に渡ったりするのがお約束ですわね。とはいえ仮にもこの古出神社の宝におかしな方の手垢をつけさせるわけにはいきませんわ。宝探しってね、2つ楽しいことがあると思うの。一つはもちろん可愛い宝物を見つけられた時だけど、もう一つはわかる？
The journey itself, of course.
汗だくになっても何も見つからなくて、人生と時間の大切さに気づき、我に返る時か？
They say you don't get tired when you're having fun, but where in that slender body was Reina storing all this horsepower? Rummaging through an oversized garbage heap was exhausting in and of itself. It didn't take long for me to pull out a picnic blanket, spread it on a decommissioned vehicle's roof, and sprawl out on it. Excuse me.
違う。どんな可愛いものに出会えるかなってこうして探してる時が一番楽しいんだよ。だからね、もし何も見つからなくてもそれはとっても楽しかったことなんだよ。
まあ俺もつまらなくはなかったけどな。おかげでレナが持ってきてくれたこの水筒の麦茶が美味しいぜ。これは明らかに我が家の麦茶よりうまいよな。なんていうのかな、香ばしさが違うというか。
普通の市販のだよ。やかんにパックを入れて煮出すだけ。
ああ、煮出すってのが秘密だな、多分。うちのは冷水に放り込んで冷蔵庫に入れるだけだよ。やっぱ火が入らないと味ってのは出ないんだな。
あ、そうだそうだ、忘れてた。
Raina pounded her fist, then put her treasure hunting aside for the moment and came over to me. Then, she brought over a bag and took something out before unwrapping it. Why? How considerate! They're cookies! Their lack of uniformity meant they had to be homemade. It is possible to make uniform-looking homemade cookies, you know. I used to do it on the regular.
これレナの手作りなのか？いただきます。うまいうまい。
昨日作った残りなの。ほとんどお父さんが食べちゃったからあんまり残ってなかった。
And of course, like in the original PC version, all your dad leaves you with are the scraps!
レナもあんまり食べてないのに。
そうかそうか。じゃあ俺だけが食べちゃ悪いな。半分だけ食うぜ。レナも食えよ。会心の出来だぜ。この味、舌触り格別じゃのう。
レナはいいからケイチくんが全部食べちゃっていいよ。そんな嬉しそうな顔で食べてくれたら作ったレナもクッキーもすごく嬉しいもの。
そうか？ならいただくぜ。容赦なくな。殺せる。このクッキー1枚のためになら俺は人が殺せるぜ。
Pig.
例えはひどいけど嬉しいかな。
This fun moment sitting together. Going with Reina on treasure hunt was the right choice. If I only ended up shutting myself in my room with Mion's comics, it would have been rude to the day itself. Scarlet began to creep into the sky. Flocks of birds started flying past. Maybe they were going back to their nests. Reina had already put away the cookie wrappers. It looked like it was time to go.
今日の戦果はどうだったよ？
明日以降に期待かな。この山はまだまだ深いよ。きっと何かが出てくる。レナには匂いでわかるの。はう。
I bet the smell is horrible.
レナがそう信じてるならきっと何か出てくるだろう。くじけるな。金が出るか温泉が出るか楽しみにしてるぜ。
明日も宝探ししたらケイチくんも来てくれる？
俺か？そうだな。またレナの手作りクッキーが食べられるなら考えてもいいぜ。
クッキーの準備がないから明日は無理。クッキー作ってないとダメ？
え？そんなうるうるな瞳でみんな。わかったよ。手伝うからそんな哀れみを誘う瞳でみんな。俺のガラスの両親が痛む。
ケイチくんの明日のお手伝いゲット。ケイチくんと一緒なら、何も出てこなくても楽しいよ。
I have no idea why, but I'm really craving some pizza right now. Reina usually went treasure hunting alone, but she probably also had fun doing it with friends once in a while. She gave me a fresh, invigorating smile, the kind she didn't usually show anyone during club games. After that, we decided to clean up, pack up, and leave. I see you. Or rather, I hear you, Tomotaki! At the moment we went up the embankment, there was a sudden dazzling flash.
うわ、眩しい。
君たちの至福の笑顔いただくさ。
富武さんだ。それに高野さんも。こんにちは。
こんにちは。二郎さんもデリカシーのない人よね。レナちゃんたちのデートに水を差すなんて。
デートなんかじゃないっすよ。デートじゃない、デートじゃない。そうだよな、レナ。
こんな人気のないところに男女が2人で将来を語り合っててもかい？
No, we're just bonding over a pile of garbage. You know how young boys and girls are. And their garbage.
いやいや、いいんだいいんだ。そういう出会いを重ねながら2人の絆を強めていくんだよ。ねえ、高野さん。
I agree. Dumpster diving is indeed a discussion topic that will bind the most that will bind most people together.
最初の頃の二郎さんのあれこれ苦しい理由をつけては私を誘おうとするのがとっても面白かったわ。中でも傑作だった口実があれね。
Are we gonna actually learn what that is in this version?
また
Guess not.
あれは僕の勘違いで、
Shame. Takano-san ran off, giggling, and Tomotaki-san chased after her. From afar, they looked like they had to be a great couple.
あの二人は一見ちぐはぐに見えてすっごく仲良しだよね。
そうだな。お互いのキャラクターが正反対ゆえにパズルのピースのデコとボコみたいにバチッと相性があったのかもしれないな。
デコとボコがバチッと。どういう意味かな。
Now, if you said a bump in a tent, that would definitely be quite suspect.
違う。そんな変な意味で言ったんじゃない。赤くなるな。そこで赤くなられると非常に気まずい。
なんだろう。デコとボコ、デコボコ。
This may sound really strange for me to say, but Reina is just positively adorable when she gets all horny like this. Oh no, Reina's completely broken. The only way to solve this is her usual method, punching me out cold. Alright, Reina, I'm prepared! Give me your usual lightning fast punch KO, and KO me in an instant. But then, something flew towards Reina and clunked her in the head. What was that? Reina suddenly choked up and fell to her knees, coughing over and over in a way that clearly wasn't normal. They really are just recycling the Magatamas, aren't they?
おい、どうしたよ。大丈夫か、レナ。
I rubbed Reina's back as she coughed. What the heck just happened?
どうしたんだい？大丈夫かい、レナちゃん。
しっかり呼吸はできる？
今お二人が何か投げてレナにぶつけませんでした？
は？何の話だい？
I definitely saw it. Something came flying and hit Reina in the head. I was sure it was something Tomotaki-san or Takano-san had thrown. But they wouldn't do something so mean, would they? Then what was it? Are you telling me that whatever it was fell from the heavens or something?
大丈夫かよ、レナ。ハンカチ使うか？
ありがとう。
唾が気道に入ってむせちゃったのかしら。
Is there a right way to swallow random junk from the sky?
落ち着いた？
空を見上げながらふざけてたら、急に何かが口の中に飛び込んできて、飲み込んじゃって。
飲み込んだ？何を飲み込んじまったんだ？お腹とか痛くないか？
痛くはないけど、違和感があって変。
Now, Toмотaki, you could put those muscles of yours to good use and pull the Heimlich maneuver on her, see if you can get her to spit it out.
なんだろう。昆虫が飛び込んできて偶然飲み込んじゃったのかな。
気になるようだったら吐かせた方がいいわね。向こうの事務所跡に確か使える蛇口があったはずよ。水をたくさん飲んで指で喉の奥を刺激して吐き出すの。
そうした方がいいな。レナ、肩を貸すから行こう。
あれ？すっきりしちゃった。
どうしたよ？
お腹の中のコロコロした感じがね、スーッと消えちゃった。もうなんともないよ。
本当になんともないのかい？大丈夫かな。
どうしても気になるんだったらレントゲン取って胃の洗浄をした方がいいかもしれないわね。本当にもうなんともないの？
はい。もう全然平気。自分でも不思議です。ケロッと治っちゃいました。
そうなのか？念のため診療所に行って監督に見てもらった方がいいんじゃないのか？
ありがとう。明日になっても具合が悪かったらそうするね。
Does that count? Does lovesick count? Would you go to him if you were feeling lovesick?
でも今日のところはもう全然平気。みんな心配してくれてありがとう。
The person concerned said it was nothing, so there was no point in prying any further. We said farewell to Toмотaki-san and Takano-san, and then I walked Reina back to her house. At first, I was worried about Reina suddenly growing worse. But as I listened to her go on and on about how fun today's treasure hunt was, my worries drifted away, and we got to talking about going hunting again tomorrow.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。お見送りまでしてくれてありがとう。もし明日の部活が早く終わったら、また一緒に宝探しに行こうね。
おう。今日は美味しいクッキーと麦茶をありがとうな。
手作りじゃないけど、明日も何かお茶受けを持っていくね。乞うご期待。
おう。楽しみにしてるぜ。
Reina's mood seemed so good that she was fit to burst. As I watched her, I completely forgot about the fuss over the foreign object earlier.
もうすっかり暗くなってしまいましたわね。
Hanyu really is absent from this version, isn't she?
リカ、これ以上は明日にしませんか？村の大人の方に見られては、こんな時間に子供がこんなところで遊ぶなんて危ないってうちに返されてしまいますわ。まあ、リカと一緒なら叱られたりするようなことはないかもしれませんでしょうけど。ダメなのです。一刻も早く見つけないと、とても悪い予感がするのですよ。
Yeah, it seems to me like Rika ended up swapping her role with Hanyu, and Sadako ended up swapping her own role with Rika's in this whole thing.
封印された宝の波動を感じますのです。間違いなくこの近くなのです。
Although, on the plus side, though, since the whole shogi, the little shogi scene from the original PC version was contingent on Hanyu being present in order to add to some of the drama and progression on how those events ended up playing out, with her being able to cheat, at least initially at first, and help the heroes cheat during that game. Maybe this is a sign that we don't have to worry about the shogi scene returning in this version?
Me.
Meep, 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 meep. I would totally get myself a little metal detector or radar system here that just replaces the beeps with the meeps.
そのリカの持ってきた陽気探知機ですか？その精度がもう少し高ければ役に立つのでしょうけど、なんだかその名の通り怪しい形ですわね。
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Ghost Energy Radar as in like she's actually holding a physical object? In fact, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a directional magnet. She actually has a little ghost radar. Okay.
それにしてもさっきから村のあちこちを行ったり来たりで疲れましたわ。シオンさんには気の毒なことをしてしまいましたし、そろそろ眠くなってきましたわ。サトコは不わらずの勾玉の恐ろしい力を知らないからそうのんきに構えていられるのです。その恐ろしさを知れば僕がどうしてこんなに慌てているのかが分かってもらえると思うのですが。
Actually, I just thought of something. At first, I was going to comment on how Rika would supposedly know about the power of the Magatama Furuwazu, because she logically shouldn't really know it here because, well, I don't think and she ever experienced any previous events where the Magatama could have logically been present. But I thought about it for another couple seconds just now, and I'm like, wait a minute. What if the original PC version of this arc could actually be retroactively made canonical to this one? And if you did that, it would explain then how Rika would know the dangers of the Magatama, the Furuwazu, because if the original PC version of this arc was indeed just another alternate timeline that she already previously experienced, and she had memories of those events for this particular arc that we're in right now, then she would logically be able to know why the Magatama is dangerous. Doesn't explain why Hanyu's absent, though, but I don't know. Just food for thought.
縁結びの勾玉でございましょう。紅白一組の勾玉を意中の人と持ち合うと相思相愛になれる。素敵じゃありませんの。だからこそ危険なのです。それをめぐって村中の若者が血みどろの争いを繰り広げてしまうかもしれませんのです。一人の乙女をめぐって男たちが殺し合いをしたという話も古文書には書いてありましたのですよ。そこまで思いの強い方ならもっと別の努力をした方がうまくいきそうなものでしょうけど、ま、確かに道端に転がっていていいものではありませんわね。あ、そうそう、せっかくだから私とリカで取り返してその天にお返しする前にちょっと遊ばせてもらうってのも悪くはありませんわね。はあ、それもいいかもしれませんですが、まずは探し当ててからなのです。近づいているのです。近づいているのです。
It's the meeps that make it funny. Sadako turned towards something glimmering in the dark of night road. It looked almost like luminous paint, and for a few moments, the light shone weakly.
あれでございますか？
I pointed my flashlight at it and saw a small open box on its side. No small, it had an intricate design, convincing me it would make sense if it held the Fruity Shrine's treasure. But the outside didn't matter. What mattered was the inside.
空箱ですわね。なるほど。このくぼみに紅白2つの勾玉が収められていたというわけでございますか。
On the inside, it was made like a jewel box, empty save for the two depressions the Magatama probably fit into.
この近くに落ちているのかもしれませんのです。もうちょっと探してみましょうなのです。理科の容器探知機で探し出すことはできませんの？こんな暗闇で落ちている勾玉を探すなんて、私たちにはとても無理でございますわ。それが、容器発信機は箱の方に取り付けられているらしいので。
In other words, the tuning fork is useless.
箱の中に入ってないと探せないのですよ。
I also notice she's definitely meeping a lot in this version. According to Rika, a stronger radar would apparently be able to detect the Magatama themselves. And I take it she just doesn't have one lying around somewhere. But that one was tucked away deep in the recesses of the ritual storehouse and would have been troublesome to retrieve, so they left it behind. What a waste. So... Rather than in the original PC version where Hanyu was only able to just track the box itself here just because of plot reasons, you could go get the stronger tuning fork right now if you wanted to. In fact, you could have gotten it right from the very start, but you're choosing not to because it'd be too much of a hassle to do it right now because you're feeling too lazy. Put another way, you're just choosing to be stupid. Got it. Although, a transmitter and ancient treasure finding radar sound like weird objects. But no matter how you look at it, it seems like a directional magnet. The two of them swung their flashlights about, but even if it had been daytime, it was hard to believe they'd be able to find anything in all the gravel and weeds. What's worse, the Magatama are probably only the size of candies, judging by the size of the depressions in the box.
多分、空から落っこちてきたとき、地面にぶつかった拍子に中身が飛び出してしまったのかもしれませんわね。しかも、よりによってゴミ山の近くで、この斜面を転がってあの中に混じった日には、無理ですわね。探せっこありませんわ。
Just then, an idea flashed through Rika's mind. That may be the case for normal people, but what about Reina, Lord of the Trash Piles? The red and white jewels were called Magatamas, but the pictures of them in the scroll looked more like key rings with seals on them. To be frank, Reina's fingers would just be itching for these. After explaining as much to Sadako, she nodded in agreement.
そういえば、レナさんは今日ゴミ山に寄っていくとかおっしゃっておりましたわね。新しいゴミ山ができていたから宝探しに行きたいとか言って。レナが拾ってしまいましたのでしょうか。そこまではわかりませんわ。明日学校で聞いてみてはいかがです？さすがにこの時間にお電話を差し上げるのは失礼でしょうし。リカ、とにかく今日は引き返しましょう。これ以上暗くなると夜道も危険ですわ。それに例の巻物をもう少し詳しく読めば 何かヒントが見つかるかもしれませんでしたよ。仕方ないのです。
Good grief. This is one troublesome magic item that made its way into Hinamizawa. Wait, could there really be a treasure with an effect like that? Despite how serious Rika was about it, Sako herself hadn't seen it with her own eyes, so she was still skeptical.
ああ、ほんと。やれやれですわ。
Today, our normally fun self-study time was somehow lacking in excitement. This was because Reina had been acting strange since this morning.
さっきから調子悪そうだね。
And it begins.
今日は体調悪いの？
体調悪くないよ。
Not the normal kind of sick, anyway.
またため息をついていますわね。ため息を一つつくたびに幸せが逃げていっちゃいますのよ。幸せ。
It wasn't this bad when we first got to school. Was she sick after all? She'd been kind of dazed all morning, like she was running a slight fever.
保健室で風邪薬でももらう？最近昼夜の温度差が激しいからね。
いい。今日はレナは放っておいてくれないかな。
Reina said only that, her tone lethargic, before leaving our circle and going back to her seat. Then she rested her chin on her hand, stared out the window, and sighed again.
おじさんの見たところ、あれは恋だね。
恋ですって？それはおめでたいことでございますわね。
へえ。
Hello again, Shion.
レナさんもなかなかやりますね。ヒューヒュー。というかシオン、あんた学校はどうしたのさ？
Because we had to change up this arc somehow.
いくら実習中でも勝手に入ってきちゃダメじゃないの。まあまあまあ、細かいことは気にしない。それはともかく間違いありませんね。心ここにあらずで一日中思い人のことでいっぱいって感じですよ。
I'm trying to think. Since we have Shion present in this version of this arc, how exactly are they going to tie her into everything? What exactly is her role gonna end up being? A possible carrier of the other Magatama, perhaps? Will she be crucial to some kind of endgame ploy to try to save Reina from the power of the Magatama? Probably on that one for sure, but I don't know. I'm curious to see what it is they're gonna do with Shion.
頬杖をついてため息なんて恋する乙女そのものじゃないですか。
I don't know. I do that all the time and nobody would call me a maiden.
そうなのか？俺には昨日飲み込んじまった妙なもんのせいで体調を崩してるようにしか見えないんだがな。
妙なものって何ですの？
昨日さ、宝探しに行った先でさ。
Yeah, she ate some garbage.
何なんだろうな。何か降ってきたみたいなんだよ。そいつがスポンと口の中に飛び込んじまって、それを飲み込んじゃったらしいんだよ。
天から降ってきた？ならきっとそれはキューピッドの恋の矢だね。
天から降ってきた？
There were the cat ears again. As we were focused on our Reina discussion, Rika-chan, who had secretly planted a frog toy on Sadako's seat, pricked up her cat-like ears and turned around. Those are just human ears viewed from the side, right? I must be seeing things.
圭一、レナがどうしたのですか？
いやな。昨日ダム現場に新しいゴミ山ができたとかで宝探しに出かけたんだよ。んで、いつものようにバカ騒ぎして大口開けて空を見上げて笑ってたら、そこに何かが落ちてきて綺麗に口の中に飛び込んで思わず飲み込んじまったってんだよ。
天から落ちてきたものが口の中に？
Yeah, it wasn't bird droppings, I can tell you that much.
飲み込んだ？お聞きになりましたか、リカ。ってあなた私の席に何をしようとしてるのでございますか？
She's trying to make you croak. Ribbit.
ニパーって、それは後回しなのです。大変なのです。
Upon hearing that packed shout, I turned around. As Reina breathed another sigh, her expression absent-minded, I could see Rika-chan slowly approaching her. For some reason, she had a fancy-looking directional magnet in hand. And then, after gazing at her for a while, I could see a rare look of shock in her eyes. Then, she and Sako darted off to the corner of the classroom. What is going on?
なんて声をお出しになるのですか？ってことはまさかレナの中にマガタマの気配があるのです。マガタマの力がレナに宿ってしまったのです。あら、それなら話は早いですわね。通りすがりにローブローでも叩き込んでみますか？
I love how she completely read my mind just now. I was just about to suggest just do a gut punch.
反撃で殺されますわね。なら下剤でも飲ませてみます？
Why am I getting the feeling of deja vu right now?
リカがやってくださいませ。そんな簡単な問題じゃないのです。昨日読んだ古文書によると、マガタマが体内に飲み込まれると溶けてしまうとありましたのです。マガタマはレナに食べられたことで形の意味を失い、その力をレナに宿らせてしまったのですよ。つまり何ですの？あのマガタマは服用可能で飲んだら消化吸収できるってことでございますか？どうしたらよろしいのですか？理科のご先祖様が長年封印していたアイテムでございましょう。なんとかなりませんの？もちろんなんとかはできますのです。紅白のマガタマを揃え、お社様の神域、つまり古出神社の境内で海樹のおまじないをすればちゃんと解けますのです。なら簡単ですわ。帰りにレナさんを神社に連行して一丁上がりですわ。ところがレナが飲み込んだのは赤のマガタマだけなのです。白のマガタマが一緒になければ解除はできないのです。このままだとレナは白のマガタマを拾った人を無差別に好きになってしまうのです。
Now here's the thing I really want to know for sure. How many of the potential suitors could Reina end up falling in love with actually differ in this version compared to the original PC port? Is it only going to be like one or two people, or is it going to be everybody? Is going to be different, and we'll have a whole new suite of suitors.
レナに赤のマガタマの効果が現れているということは、誰かが白のマガタマを拾ったということなのです。だからレナは今その人のことで頭がいっぱいになってるに違いないのですよ。もしレナがこのまま暴走して ハッピーエンドを迎えてしまったら、レナの一生は台無しになってしまいますのです。
Yeah, a happy end would definitely be scandalous, wouldn't it?
リカ、あなたのご先祖様が封印していたマジックアイテムなんですから、リカが責任をお取りなさいませ。
They really did just swap. They really did just swap the roles of Rika and Hanyu with Rika and Sadako. Actually, wait, I got that backwards.
なんだってこんな危険なアイテムがフルデ神社の秘宝なんですの。使い方さえ間違わなければ縁結びの素敵な効果なのです。それは間違いないことなのです。それをめぐって大騒動が昔に起こって大変なことになったんでございましょう。
Well, clearly they wanted children really fucking bad, Sadako. That's all I can really speculate. So much so to where they're willing to risk their own self-destruction in order to make babies with each other. Rather than creating a magical contraceptive, they created something that would do the exact opposite and make all the demon hybrids in the village hump each other like jackrabbits.
今やっと理解できましたわ。なんでリカのご先祖様が封印したかよくわかりましたわ。お社様ってなんて旗迷惑な神様なんでございますか。
Poor Hanyu.
それを言ったら大昔の村の人たちももう少し神社に寄付をしてくれていたらよかったのです。
Hey, ancestors, I know you're long dead and all that, but could you please give the shrine a little bit more money right now?
ちゃん
Please.
とまとまった寄付があれば材料と職人さんにもお金をかけてもっとしっかりした航路を作って封じ込めることができたかもしれないのですよ。
To tell you the truth, I think you could have avoided this whole thing by just simply checking up on the incense burner more regularly before the thing ended up breaking. Proper maintenance protocol and all that, you know.
最初から税金に頼るなんて能力のない政治家が使う言い訳ですわ。
Took the words right out of my mouth.
そもそもちゃんとした社会保障が必要ならもっと税金を納めろですって。だったら1日数台しか通らない道路に何億も使わないでほしいのですわ。
Why isn't Sadako in politics? She's speaking nothing but common sense right now.
しかも予算を余らせたら来年から割当額が減るからって年末は帳尻合わせの工事ばっかり。沖宮のおもちゃ屋の前の道路なんて毎年掘り返してるじゃありませんか。
Hey, they all gotta keep the grift going somehow.
そのくせ一般市民の医療負担は増える一方なんてどう考えてもおかしすぎるのでございますわ。ああ、こんなこと理科に申し上げても仕方のないことでございますけど、本当納得のいかない話なのでしてよ。
Now, in all due seriousness, Sako, you want to be very careful when it comes to noticing things like these, because if you notice these things too much, you could end up potentially putting a bullseye on your back in the eyes of certain people. Because apparently you're not allowed to notice things.
参政権のない僕たちがここで何を言っても仕方がないのです。不満があれば20歳になってからちゃんと選挙の投票に行く。それが民主主義のルールなのです。
Yeah, it would be quite a problem indeed if children were indeed allowed to vote. Any country on Earth that would allow something like that here is just begging to get destroyed from within. Just saying.
こんなところで選挙のキャンペーン活動をしていても仕方ありませんでしょ。リカ、こうなってはリカが過去のご先祖様の責任を取ってあなたが罰を受けるべきでございますわ。私がこの前苦しんだシオンさんお手製のこちょこちょマシンフルコースはいかがかしら。 鬼、悪魔、人でなしなのです。あれは人が持つべき道具ではないのですよ。
Hey, on you! If you do happen to actually be present in this world, but for some reason are taking an extra thick back seat to events more than usual, that doesn't really make too much sense now that I say it out loud. But if you're present, write some notes for yourself. If Rika ever threatens to eat something extra spicy, threaten her back by tickling her.
おかわいそうですけど覚悟なさいませ。私が前にシオンさんから味わわされてる横で盛大に笑った分、苦しみを存分におくらい遊ばせでございますわ。
Yeah, because laughter is painful, apparently. Oh, is the devil coming to is the devil coming to tickle you now as we speak? Suddenly, Rika and Sako both got picked up by the back of their shirts. What are they, kittens? Meow. It was me and Shion who'd scooped them up.
さとことリカちゃまが何をジタバタしているのかわかりませんけど、
Yep, the devil herself has indeed come.
何かご存知なんですか？レナさんのあれ。
リカ？ミー？
サトコは後で締め上げるとして、リカちゃん語の翻訳にはミーリンガルとか必要だよな。これはつまりどっちの意味なんだ？
このすっとぼけ方は黒だね。あんたたち、レナに何かしたの？
まあ、もうすっとぼけても仕方ありませんわね。
Either way, they couldn't leave Reina like this. The two of them confessed and asked for help.
フルデ神社の司法、不わらずの勾玉？
はいなのです。負は知らずに通じると言われる縁結びのありがたい迷惑の宝物なのですよ。
巻物の挿絵を見る限りじゃ、オットセイのキーホルダーにしか見えないね。同感ですね。口の中に飛び込まなくてもレナさんならお持ち帰りしそうな形状しています。でもこの宝物、なんだか可愛い形ですね。
オットセイは繁殖力旺盛だから熱愛のシンボルだってテレビで見た気がするぜ。
へえ。だとするとオットセイという生き物の存在が数百年あるいは数千年以上も前に日本、それもフルデ神社に伝来していた証拠になるね。なるほど、これはとんでもない大パーツかもしれないよ。
The name Fur Seal has been completely ruined for me forever, thanks to this series. Because I think because I believe it was one of the previous arcs I've done recently here that just turned that into a dirty euphemism.
しかしわからねえな。なんでそんな宝物が空から降ってきてレナの口の中に飛び込むんだ？
ニパ
しかしお社様の宝物が縁結びとはちょいと意外だな。もうちょっとたたられたり呪われたりしそうなイメージがあるんだが。
確かに近年はお社様のたたりとか言われてイメージが随分物騒になっちゃったけど、本来のお社様は縁結びの神様でもあるんだよね。
And also, depending on who you ask, a god of no, it's not made. A god of Maiko outfit. A god of Maiko outfits.
仲良くしないとたたるってのがメインだけ
I
ど。
almost said maid outfits, but I was like, no, that's Irie's thing. I was trying to think of Riku's thing.
そうですね。昔のフルデ神社では縁結びのお札とかを売っていたことを覚えていますよ。私も買っておけばよかったな。チー。
で、その勾玉の縁結びの効果は単なる気休めじゃなくて霊言新たかな本物ってわけなんだな。
そうなのです。だからレナは今 不わらずの勾玉の力に取りつかれてしまっているのです。
赤と白でペアなんだっけ？赤を持つ人が白を持つ人を好きになるだっけ？相思相愛じゃなくて片道なんだね。
はい、なのです。レナはその赤を飲み込んでしまいましたですから、白を誰かが拾えば漏れなくレナもついてきちゃうわけなのです。
なんだか珍妙な話になってきましたね。そしてレナさんを元に戻すには白の勾玉も見つけなくてはならないというわけですか？
しかもレナの様子から見るに誰かがすでに白の勾玉は拾っちまったわけだろ。このまま放っておくとレナはどんどんその人のことが好きになっていっちまうわけか。レナの本当の気持ちとは別に。
ちょっとロマンチックな話ではあるけど、相手がどこの馬の骨かもは拾いさえすれば誰にでも惚れちゃうわけでしょ？
そうです。拾った人が子供だろうとお年寄りだろうと男女お構いなしなのです。
You could even be a crab.
ましてや相手が家族持ちだった日にはいろいろと悲劇なのですよ。ニパーン。
それは面白そう。あ、いやそれは大変ですね。どうやら事態は一刻を争うって感じですか？
Shion. Does the idea of incest amuse you?
一刻を争いますのです。しかも食べても作用するので、もし通りかかった犬さんが食べてしまったらそれはもう大変なことになってしまうのです。
犬？それって動物にまで有効なのかよ。
I really want to see a crab pick it up.
さすがに可愛いからって犬とカップルになるのはおじさんちょっとパスだな。むしろ OK の人がいたらお聞きしてみたいものです。
どうしてですの？レナさんと犬が仲良くなるだけなら一番被害は警備でしたよ。
Sadako, my dear. There are just certain kinds of relations that man should never have with Fido. And that's all I'll say about that.
サトコも恋愛をするようになればその意味がわかると思うのですよ。なでなで。
とにかく人心を惑わす魔性の勾玉だってことは理解できたぜ。手遅れにならんうちにどうにかした方がいいな。
そうだね。恋愛は自由意志が大事だよ。魔法の力で強制されるなんてよくないね。まあちょっぴりはロマンチックだと思うけどさ。
とにかく取り返しがつかなくなる前に何とかしましょうです。じゃないとこれはこれで大惨事なのですよ。
問題は白のオットセイを誰が拾ったかですね。いくらひなみ沢が田舎とはいえどこの誰が拾ったのかわからないんじゃ手の打ちようがありませんし。そりゃ簡単じゃない。だって魔法の力でレナは白の勾玉を持った人を好きになるんでしょ。ならレナの頭の中はその人のことでいっぱいだよ。つまりレナに直接聞けばいいわけさ。
Well, I think I already know how this is gonna go.
レナ
Protect thy heart and thy gut.
おじさんに教えてよ。レナのハートを射止めちゃった一中の相手は誰？
Hopefully the amount of bruises that she just suffered are minimal in number. And in size. I'd seen Rena go into a frenzy more than a few times before, but this had to have been the longest one yet.
そんなこと言えないよ。
いや多分こうなると思ったよ。しかし随分威力が向上したな。ヒット数も大幅に増加してるぞ。
Adrenaline is a hell of a drug.
次のパッチでは弱体化に違いないのですよ。
And there you are talking about game patches, like as though those were actually a thing in the 1980s.
みぱ
大丈夫ですかお姉。女の子に好きな人のことを直接聞くなんて相変わらずデリカシーがなさすぎですよ。
ごめんね。おじさん、女の子じゃないもんで分かんなかったわ。
This is getting really annoying.
それにしても、よりによってレナさんなのですか？恋心がそのまま攻撃力に転換されるようなお方なんですのよ。なんだか話がこじれそうですわ。リカ、元はといえばフルデ神社の管理が悪かったからなのですから、あなたも対策を何か考えなさいませ。こちょこちょマシンの刑をなしにしてくれるのなら、もっと真剣に考えてみますのですよ。あら、そうでございますか？じゃあ、軽くお試しに体験してみて、その恐怖のプレッシャーで気合を入れるってのはいかがかしら。
Make it a 30-day trial.
しおさん、ちょっとお話が。考えますのです。あれです。ずいぶん投げやりに思いついたようでございますけど、何なんですか？
Slipshod? Now there's a word I've never heard before. Rika-chan pointed to Reina's seat. She was reading a book now, probably because she was tired from all the sitting around and staring out the window with her hand on her cheek. Sometimes she left the horseplay aside and read a book. It wasn't an unusual sight by any means.
でも、なんだか様子が違いますわね。普段とは違う雰囲気の本を何冊も持ってきておりますわ。どうかしましたか、さとこ。レナさんの様子をよくご覧なさいませ。何かヒントになるかもしれませんわ。
何読んでんだろう。ここからじゃよくわかんないね。
Having learned her lesson from Reina's attack earlier, Mion was being careful to keep more distance than she had to.
なんだ？ありゃ多分何かのハウツー本だな。何を勉強しようとしてるんだ？
How to get the boy or girl of my dreams to wear the swan trunks.
写真ですね。写真撮影の専門誌のようです。
Okay, so I guess we are definitely for sure getting Toмотaki in this roster.
他にもカメラのカタログまであるぜ。このひなみ沢でこのキーワードが意味する人物は一人しかいねえだ。
うん、間違いないね。週刊劇者別冊ナースローアングル特集号まであるよ。もう該当人物は一人しかいない。
The last item was kind of problematic, but anyway, given all this evidence, it had to be him. Jeez, he's always just wandering around, so I can't accept him becoming Reina's forced, one-sided love interest.
はあ、レナにもカメラの使い方を教えてくださいって言ったら教えてくれるかな。そしたら手取り足取り教えてくれるかな。ナースの格好していたら優しくしてくれるかな。そしたら
Reina calmly got out of her seat. What a fucking lie! There's nothing calm about this. Hearts and flower petals filled her eyes, and doubtless you would see an even more amazing image if you peered into them. Probably a very raunchy image.
みーちゃん。レナは急に具合が悪くなっちゃったから早退するね。はうー。
Yeah, she is sick in the head right now, that's for damn sure. How brash. Reina burst out of the classroom without waiting for school to end.
レナ！お、いいところに立っているのはシオン。レナを行かせるな。引き止めろ。
Good luck.
無理ですよ。さっきお姉が大変な目に遭ってたじゃないですか。
確かに今のレナが相手じゃ部活メンバー総がかりでも無理そうなのです。
だからってまずい。さとこ。
Mion snapped her fingers, and a single string dropped down from the ceiling, ending up in Sadako's hands.
早いそうですわ。それ。
Sadako yanked it. Now's when the jump rope trap sprung into action near Reina's feet as she ran for the school entrance, and she's just gonna walk right through it.
とりあえず転ばせて、その上からみんなで暗殺するんですのよ。ふぎゃ。
Before Sadako could finish, the jump rope tore with a loud ripping noise. Called it. What's superhuman strength to tear apart an nylon jump rope like that? A mere jump rope was unable to stop Reina, and now she was already changing into her outdoor shoes at the shoe cubbies.
ほら廊下を走っちゃいけません。
先生ごめんなさい。今日は早退します。披露宴には呼びますからね。
お待ちなさい。教え子に先を越されたくなかった。
This is still funny.
ってそこ落ち込むとこ違いますから。あ、私たちも早退します。とにかくレナより先に富武さんを見つけて白い勾玉を奪おう。
それしかねえな。富武さんのいそうなところを探そう。
リカ、あなたのインチキ陽気探知機で富武さんを探し出してくださいませ。その頃がとても嫌な感じですが、この方向は古出神社なのです。富武は昨日撮影に来ると言っていましたから、多分境内だと思いますです。
Now hold on a minute. That thing is a ghost you call that thing a ghost energy radar, but Tomobatake isn't dead. So how could it detect him? Oh wait, yeah, the Magatama, that's right. Never mind, ignore me.
きっと高野も一緒なのです。素敵ですわ。
And how would now how would it be able to detect Takano if she doesn't have the other Magatama right this minute as we speak? What is that thing really supposed to detect? Is it supposed to detect Magatama or not?
ほんとお約束万歳でございますわ。こういう時のカップルって必ず二人一緒なんでしょうけど。ミオさん、富武さんは神社だってリカが申しておりますわ。
リカちゃん、そうなの？私もそう思ってたとこだわ。でもそれはレナさんも思っているみたいですよ。神社の方向へ走ってってうわ早っ。
なんて速度だ。みるみる視界から遠のいていくぞ。
それでも追うしかないよ。レナが富武さんを口説き出す前に何とかしなきゃ。
で、高野が焼いて気まずい三角関係で大変なのです。ミパーン。まあ別にあのカップルが破局するのは構いませんけど。
8つ当たりで健康診断の時に注射の本数増やされるかもですよ。
Well, if that wouldn't be a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, I don't know what would.
冗談じゃありませんわ。
Meanwhile, Reina had already vanished out of sight. But we couldn't stop here. Our only choice, like Mion said, was to chase her down as fast as we could and keep casualties to a minimum. I think I'm going to go to two things. Number one, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and number two, I'm going to brew myself up some green tea. I think I need a bit of a caffeine boost to help wake me up a bit. I'm yawning a good bit right now. And I want to make sure my mental faculties are a bit more up to speed throughout this stream. So yeah, I'm going to be gone for probably a few minutes for sure. I'll be back when I can. Alright, I'm back. Now, this tea, once I actually get around to drinking it, is probably going to end up making me run to the restroom a couple times throughout the remainder of the stream, because tea has a habit of going through me like that. But at the very least, it should help me wake up a little bit. Keep me more alert for everything that's going on, and thus a bit more pepped up. But I need to actually let the tea bag do its thing for a minute, so we're just going to continue on, and I'm going to have something else to drink in the interim. And so, when we made it to the shrine... cliches are wonderful. The typical scene of carnage everyone was expecting had come to fruition.
あら、さすがジローさん。
Oh, we actually get some CG images in this. That's definitely a good point in this arc's favor. In fact, I like this one so much more than what I already have for the thumbnail, I'm going to replace it. It's so good. So scandalous. Alright, so let me paste you in here. And get you in there. Perfect. And let's save this here. Perfect. And I'll just put this here just in case I need it for later. And now let's swap it. Perfect. Perfect. Much better.
若い子にもモテるのね。
What makes this funny for me here is her tone of voice. Does nothing to convey. Her tone of voice totally does not match what we're actually seeing on screen right now. Like, you'd expect her to sound a lot more freaked out or outraged or something, but if anything, she sounds like she still finds amusement in what's going on.
いつの間にそんな人気者になってたのかしら。
そんなことないよ。これはきっと何かの間違いさ。
Tomotaki, on the other hand, sounds exactly like I would expect him to.
はあ、レナちゃん、あんまりくっついちゃダメだよ。
ねえ、富武さん。レナにもカメラのこととかいろいろ教えてほしいかな。
いや、カメラの道は長く険しいが、やりがい十分さ。レナちゃんが興味を持ってくれたなんて嬉しいな。
あら、別に私はいいのよ。だって二郎さんはとっても優しいベテランカメラマンなんですもの。女の子が困ってたら私に限らず誰にだって親切に教えちゃうのよね。
Yeah, in this regard, Takano isn't anything special, is she? Tomatake. Choose your words carefully.
レナ、富武さんのその親切で優しいところ大好き。カメラのこととか、カメラ以外のこととか、いろいろ教えてほしいかな。
カメラ以外のことって何かな。
二郎さん、カメラ以外のことを聞いてもないのに教えてくれるの得意だもんね。
I still find that hard to believe, given what little tidbits I remember from previous arcs of and the Kanako ones to boot. I'm pretty sure you and Tomatake ended up bumping pelvises together at least once, Takano.
そういう時の二郎さん、とっても強引なんだから。
も 教えてくれてもいいかな
Tomotaki-san's gross-sounding laugh echoed throughout the shrine grounds. Maybe an average boy of this nation who had never experienced a girl's advances would have this kind of reaction. I'm no stranger to that, so I ought to be cognizant of my behavior. Although, who knows if an opportunity like that will ever come. Anyway, maybe it would be rude to the two of them, but this was an incredibly amusing struggle when seen from afar.
レナ！目を覚ませ！レナのその気持ちは偽物なんだ！
偽物なんてひどいよ。これはレナの本当の気持ちなの。レナはね、気づいちゃったの。富武さんの本当の優しさ。それはね、とってもささやかなものなんだけど、でも気づいちゃったらもう忘れられないの。その優しさはね、きっとレナじゃないと気づけないの。だからもうレナには富武さんしかいないの。
I'm pretty sure that little sound effect wasn't present in the original PC version. His brain must have been producing every single chemical that could make him feel pleasant. Tomotaki-san made a face like he was in heaven on earth, and he stood there in a daze, a trickle of drool hanging from his mouth. Takano's expression made for a marked contrast of his, and that contrast was truly delightful. You see, with this bit of narration right here, that CG image we were just looking at would actually fit here.
富武さん、高野さん忘れちゃダメでしょ。自分のパートナーを見捨てちゃうの？
そうさ、レナちゃんには悪いけど、僕には高野さんというパートナーがいるんだ。だからそれを。
パートナーってどういう意味かしら？
Yeah, seriously, I'm not a fan of referring to your romantic interest as partner, because it sounds impassive. Like what? Business partner? Like just call.
私、横文字よくわかんないの。
Just call her your girlfriend, your love interest. Fiance, even if you're taking things that far. Be specific.
ちゃんと日本語で言ってくれないとわかんないわ。
And I feel like I've had this same exact one-side conversation before.
だからその
レナが教えてあげるね。高野さんは富武さんのお友達なの。
Friends with benefits is a thing, yes.
お友達？レナちゃんにはまだ大人の関係は理解できないかしら。
わかりますよーだ。ねえ、富武さん。レナ、富武さんと一緒に野鳥撮影がしたいし、富武さんが望むならナースさんの格好でモデルになってあげてもいいのに。
Takano's face.
本当かい？じゃなくてダメだよ、そんなの。僕には高野さんが。
ナース姿が撮影したいって何度もお願いしてもちっとも OK してくれない人の方がいいんですか？
And I'm sure I asked this before in the original PC version too, but how could you possibly know this, Reina?
失礼ね。そんなこと二郎さんが言うはずないでしょ。
レナには富武さんの全てがわかるもん。 野鳥撮影とか言っておきながら、いつも目線はふわふわ高野さんの方ばかり。
Well, you're wrong, Reina, but if certain events end up playing out in this arc like they do in the original PC version, it would be more accurate to say you don't understand everything in oh wait. For some reason I read Reina understands everything about you, Takano-san. Sorry, Tomotaki-san as Takano-san. Yeah, again, ignore me. I need my tea right now. I need to get some caffeine in my brain so it can register things better. I'm tired.
レナは知ってるの？
Oh, speaking of which, I think he'll be ready in just a couple more minutes.
富武さんは野鳥が撮りたいんじゃないんだよ。高野さんが撮りたいんだよ。でも高野さんは思わせぶりなことを言うだけでちっとも撮らせてあげない。
Anyway, I was going to actually originally say here, if it wasn't for that big brain fart of mine, that if I actually ended up reading it right in that sentence right, which I obviously didn't and all that, but if it did indeed read as I understand everything about you, Takano-san, I was going to say, well, it'd be probably more accurate to say if certain events end up playing out a certain way like they do in the original PC version of this arc, you will that you don't actually understand everything about Takano-san yet. But alas, my brain, it farted, it fluctuated, obscenely so. So, doesn't really matter.
そんな意地悪な人はパートナー失格なの。だからレナが富武さんとパートナーの座をお持ち帰り。レナなら富武さんのモデルになってあげられるもん。ねえ富武さん、ナースさんの服、白いのと水色とピンクのどれが好きかな？
Why not navy blue? Why not change it up from the usual popular colors? I bet he doesn't even sound half as excited as this in bed with Takano. It looked like Tomotaki's CPU finally experienced a thermal meltdown. Steam burst from his ears and nose like a locomotive, and the sounds from his mouth were much the same, before he fainted.
もう知らないわ。二郎さんはレナちゃんに根節丁寧にいろいろ教えてあげるといいのよ。知らない知らない知らない。失礼しちゃう失礼しちゃう。
ああ、二人の破綻を食い止められなかったか。
Tragic.
佐藤リカちゃん、準備はまだなのか。
OK なのです。行きますわよ。
Other than the mountains behind Hinamizawa, these shrine grounds were where the majority of Sako's traps had been set. What kind of trap did she make that involves police sirens? She adjusted all their sights and aimed them at Reina.
今だ、発射！
Rocket-like objects flew at Reina from all sides. It was a dangerous trap using remodeled bottle rockets. One that all you good children should never attempt to imitate.
ってもうこれはトラップの領域じゃねえ。まるで軍艦の一斉砲撃だな。
どう？聞いた？暴走中のレナにあの程度の攻撃が効くとは思えませんのです。
でもむせ込んでおりますわ。ケイチさん、今のうちに富武さんを連れ出すんですのよ。
連れ出すってより引きずり出すって感じだな。はあ、
みんなひどいよ。ロケット花火スパイスミ み地獄をお楽しみあそばせ。
俺も巻き添えだけどな。ラック。
とにかく一度集会所の裏に隠れよう。その間に富武のおじさまの身体検査、マガタマを探すよ。
なんだか幸せそうな顔で泡を吹いていますのです。でも目を覚ましたら色々と大変なのですよ。今のうちにかわいそうなのです。
We dragged Tomotaki-san behind the assembly hall for now. Reina was still stuck in a severe sneezing howl, but that wouldn't hold her off for very long. She'd be over here in no time flat. And not only that, she probably now thinks of us as obstacles in the way of her love, so she'll come at us in a preemptive attack, one utterly without mercy.
ほらボディチェック。ポケットの中とか探って。小銭だのくしゃくしゃのレシートだの、みっともない中身ですね。
おかしいな。見つからないぜ。富武さんが持ってるんだよな。
いいか、あなたも手伝いなさいませ。レナさんがこっちに来るまでに見つけませんと。
もちろん探したいのですが、探知機が富武を指していないのです。
So who is it pointing towards now?
はあ？探知機が指していないってことはないってことじゃありませんの？
It's not gonna be Takano, is it?
じゃあレナさんはどうして富武さんを追っていたのでございますか？マガタマを手放してるのに。
古文書によると、不わらずのマガタマは脳の恋愛レセプターを刺激して、その結果として恋愛時と同じ脳内物質を分泌させますです。その結果、疑似的な恋愛感情が生まれて、つまりです、富武が手放した後もしばらくの間効果が残っていたと考えてほしいのですよ。
あん、もうこんなクソ忙しい時にもっともらしそうなことを。
And what sort of ancient documents contain words like love receptors in the first place? Good question, actually.
つまり何ですか？富武さんはさっきまでは持っておりましたけど、今はもう持ってないということでよろしいんですの？
Well, then again, now that I think about it, if you think of these ancient documents as though they were written by the Ryun or something, like, say, Hanyu, then it would kind of make sense then that terms like love receptors would actually be present in ancient documents because the Ryun had access to sci-fi levels of technology. But I don't know if any of the events from Kotogushi are even canonical to this arc in any way, shape, or form, so we could probably take that with a big grain of salt.
なんだってことはレナはどうなってんだ？
いつの間にかいなくなっていますよ。新しいマガタマの持ち主を探しに行ったに違いありませんね。まずいね。レナを見失ったら私たちにはヒントがない。
となったらこの幸せアンポンタンさんを起こして話を聞く方が早いですわね。
お任せなのです。
Rika-chan twisted a faucet that was conveniently nearby and pointed the hose at Tomotaki-san's face. Wow, Rika-chan is merciless. Is she a little pissed off?
夢？
I think my tea should be ready now.
今のは夢だったのか？レナちゃんがナースさんの格好で撮影会なんておかしいと思ったんだよ。それで高野さんと仲違いしとんでもない夢だったな。
夢でよかったですね。それより富武さん、昨日白いマガタマを拾いましたよね。
え？マガタマなんて知らないよ。でも白いオットセイのキーホルダーなら拾ったな。ほら、昨日ケイチ君と会ったダム現場でだよ。
そのキーホルダーなのです。どうしましたですか？
ついさっき高野さんにプレゼントしたよ。
So it
拾い
really
物な
is
んてや
Takano
ね
again.
とか言いながらちゃんと受け取ってくれてね。彼女のそういう素直じゃないところがまた魅力的なんだよ。
ってことは高野さんだ。さっき高野さんはどっちへ行ったっけ？
向こうは沢の方だ。まずいぞ、もうレナが向かってる。
あ、相手が女の人でもお構いなしなんですね。恐ろしい効果です。
意外なカップリングに私も驚きましたわ。
I like to laugh at the misfortune of others, but she was a club member, so we couldn't leave her be. We ran off toward the swamp. They really aren't going to just go through the exact same roster of love interests as in the PC version, right? Because so far, all that really seems different from this version and in the original PC version is just a few characters got switched around. Even then, the general script in which the new characters follow is more or less similar to what the original characters followed in the original PC version. They better. I really hope that they actually start changing things up here in a really noticeable, a really big way soon, because. Well, I guess there is also a couple differences in the opening scenes too, but those are relatively minor in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, but either way, I do hope that they actually end up start changing things in a big noticeable way soon here, because I'm gonna be pretty annoyed if the amount of differences between this arc and the original PC version are literally just the ones I've already outlined. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back again. I need to go get rid of my teacup. That should only take me just 1 minute. So BRB really quick. And I'm back. Again.
不愉快だわ。本当に不愉快。次郎さんったらあんな年下の子にデレデレして。そりゃ確かに私は素直じゃないわよ。次郎さんに何か頼まれたらまずは断って意地悪してみたくなるもの。でもね、分かってほしいの。それは本当に好きだからこその裏返しなのよ。
Pro tip, Takano, most guys would actually appreciate it more if you were just more upfront and honest with them about your feelings. Most men aren't mind readers.
そりゃ私だって次郎さんが本当にどうしてもって言うならお仕事の服で被写体になってあげるのは構わないけど、でもそんなの恥ずかしい。でもどうしてもって言うならって聞いてたかしら。
That was a nice freaked out reaction.
聞いてませんよ。
何？私に何か用なの？次郎さんのことでの話だったら聞きたくないわ。
怒ってるのは誰にですか？レナですか？それとも富武さんですか？
別にレナちゃんは関係ないわ。次郎さんがあんまりに不甲斐ないんで呆れてたところよ。
ですよね。レナも呆れちゃいました。せっかく高野さんという魅力的な女性と一緒の時間を過ごしているのに他の女の子に目移りするなんて最低ですもん。高野さんの魅力理解できないなんてかわいそうな人ですよね。
そうよね。って横やり入れてきたあなたに言われたくないわ。だいたいあなた次郎さんはどうしたのよ。なんで私を追っかけてきたの？
富武さんのことなんてどうでもいいんです。それにレナ、本当は
なに？もうちょっと大きい声で言ってくれないかしら？
レナ、本当に大好きなのはミオさんなんです。
大人をからかっちゃいけないわ、レナちゃん。
大人って何ですか？レナは大人じゃないから人を好きになっちゃいけないんですか？人を好きになるから大人になれるんじゃないんですか？
ってそんなくっつかれても。これは何かの罰ゲームなの？
罰ゲームなんてとんでもない。レナはずっとミオさんだけを見続けてきたんです。ミオさんのことをお姉様と呼んでみたい。
Can't the big sister thing.
ミオさんの妹になりたい。ミオさんに毎朝タイが曲がっていたよって直してもらいたい。
あのね、私よく誤解されるんだけど、そういう趣味は全然。
You say people make this mistake sometimes, so does that mean to imply that you've had it happen? You've had other women flirt with you before?
レナにはわかるんです。ミオさんが男性を見る時のあの汚らわしそうな目つき、富武さんと男女の関係にあるように見えながら、実はそれは自分にすら欺瞞。自分は正常な恋愛ができるんだと自らを勘違いさせるためのものでしかないんです。ミオさんは自分でもうすうす気づいてるんじゃないんですか？男なんて所詮はけだもの。人とけだものが分かり合えるはずなんかないんです。
I think the Beauty and the Beast would like to have a word with you.
でもレナとミオさんはきっと分かり合えることができるんです。私ミオさんとなら鬼ヶ淵村の深淵を解き明かしたい。ミオさんと本当の綿流しがしたいし、一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んで過去のひなみ沢の秘密を調べたり解き明かしたりしたいかな。
By the time we arrived, Reina was in the middle of an incredible attempt at seduction. Did she think this was a joke? As she teamed up with occult maniac Takano-san. Keiichi's first seal, so cute. The secrets of Hinamizawa are in there. Oh, I want to take it home. You call that a joke? What does Keiichi's first seal have to do with uncovering the secrets of Hinamizawa exactly? Feels like a non sequitur.
すみませんね、高野さん。ちょいとレナの頭の中に春が来ちゃったみたいです。その
春って何の話？
あ、いや、今レナが口走ったのは本人の意思とは関係ないことでして、
お黙りなさい、このおすつゃうが。レナちゃん、今こそ私は気づいたわ。そうよそうだったのよ。二郎さんと一緒にいても満たされない何かを私はあなたのおかげでようやく理解したわ。
はあ、ミオさん。はい応援は禁止ですわよ。
Sadako's reaction! Holy shit! I guess Sadako is a fan of the Yuri genre? Or maybe she is just completely flabbergasted at the idea of girl-on-girl action in general. That's also a possibility. But then again, she doesn't even know. She isn't really knowledgeable about the concept of love in general, as was earlier established, so... What is she getting a nosebleed over, now that I think about it? Reina put all her mind to a single blow, and Sadako was spectacularly blown away.
あのレナがサトコにまで容赦ないなんて。
はあ、たとえサトコちゃんでもレナたちの真実の愛を引き裂こうとしたら許さないんだよ。
じゃあ受け入れたという意味において富武のおじさまのケースよりタチが悪いです。
ありがとうレナちゃん。あなたとならいつまでも一緒にいられる気がするわ。さあ二人で一緒に禁断のドアを開きに行きましょう。そして二人は神の祝福のもとで永遠に寄り添い合うのよ。
I wonder, what are your thoughts on this, Hanyu?
ミオさん。今日からミオさんのことお姉様って呼んでもいいですか？
Oh, great! At this rate, the greatest, most ominous couple will be born by tomorrow night. They're gonna take my first seal home. You gotta be kidding me! Again, what does your first seal have to do with uncovering the secrets of Hinamizawa? You're not even from this town. Sako had at last come back to life, and she rose to her feet. The red tissue shoved up her nose looked so dumb and pathetic.
リカ？
They could have had a golden opportunity right here to have created character sprites with Sadako showing some bloody tissues in her nose. Oh well.
高野さんが勾玉を持ってるのは間違いないのですわね。
はいなのです。このままだと大惨劇がこの村に起こってしまうかもしれないのですよ。
ミオさん、ケイチさんにシオンさん、このまま放置すればレナさんの人生だけではなくひなみざわの運命まで大変なことになりかねないとリカは申しておりますわ。一刻も早く高野さんの勾玉を取り返しましてよ。
ですね。高野さん、あなたがお持ちの白いオットセイのキーホルダー、あれはリカちゃまのなんです。返していただけませんか？
いやよ、なんで私がもらったものなのに人にあげなきゃならないの？しかしこれリカちゃんのなの？
Takano-san took the white magatama out of her pocket and stared at it, fascinated.
そうそう。
You really should not have told her that. You should have said it just belonged to Keiichi or something.
それはフルデ神社の大切な宝物だそうなんです。
You should not have said that either, Mion.
あ、バカミオン、高野さんにそんなこと言ったら。
なんですって？古出神社の大切な宝物
Probably the only thing that she loves more than Reina is secrets of the Fruity Shrine in Hinamizawa. Yeah, if there's anything that could be said about Takano is that she is well and truly married first and foremost to her job and her interests.
そうと聞いてしまったら簡単に返すわけにはいかないわね。さあ行きましょう、レイナちゃん。私たちでこの神秘のお宝を徹底究明よ。
I hate to break this to you, Reina, but you're second place to when compared to the secrets of Hinamizawa.
ああ、形状は？重さは？大きさは？ついでに味も見ておこうかしら。
味はまずいよ。取り押さえるよ。
You know, if she is the sort of person that would even wonder how the secrets of Hinamizawa taste, up to including various relics belonging to the village, I wonder if you could convince her to give a lick to all the torture implements in the ritual storehouse.
ダメよダメよ、返してなんかあげないわ。
ちょっと、こら待ちなさい。
ダメだよ。ミオさんの後は追わせないよ。
Reina stuck out her arms and prevented us from following Takano-san. If anyone else had done that, they wouldn't have been much of an obstacle, but with Reina, it looked like it would be a pain. Actually, if Reina as she is now, I feel like even with tanks and battleships, we'd still be in trouble. You need metal gears.
くそ、レナ、そこどけ。俺たちは高野さんが持ち逃げした勾玉に用があるだけなんだ。
ダメだよ。ミオさんの研究の邪魔をする者は何人たりともこの竜宮レナが許さない。
至近距離に肉薄すればレナの方がリーチもスピードも格段に上となりゃ、アウトレンジから仕掛けるしかない。悪いねレナ、恨まないでよ。
Mion pulled something out. 2 handguns? No. They were those model handguns she originally carried around while in her casual clothes. But despite looking like foreshadowing, she never pulled them out even once in the main story. So they were forced to be removed. Fourth wall break.
良い子のみんなは人に向けて撃っちゃダメだからね。陰陽弾を食らえ。
With splendid form, she showered Reina in a torrent of BBs. Her shooting skills looked just like that certain style, where just mastering the basics increases your combat ability by 120%. But Reina didn't move a single step. Instead, she swung her hands through the air and blocked all the BBs from a point-blank range.
ふーん。みーちゃんの奥の手はそれで終わりかな。
We're not about to go into some weird tangent about arcade games and shit again, right? Reina grinned, then pointed her palms out at us. Then, moving her fingers like a magician playing with a ball, she twirled all the caught BBs between her fingers.
こんな至近距離からモデルガンを人に向けて撃っちゃうなんて感心しないかな。かな。
あれ、どうしたのケイちゃん、お腹痛いの？
なんでもね
え。それじゃ今度はレナから言っちゃおうかな。かな。レナの恋路を邪魔する人はみんな大変なことになっちゃうんだよ。
こういう時はケイちゃん、なんとかしてください。 いつものお得意の口先マジックでレナさんを圧倒してくださいな。私の時みたいに。
簡単に言うな。
I could make a dirty innuendo right there. But I'm not going to.
あの技は自分でも簡単には使えない奥義中の非奥義だぞ。どのくらい非奥義かっていうと、使えば自分の命が絶命するため、古代中国では極奥義と恐れられ、武道家が死を賭して使う最後の究極奥義だったのだ。って言ってる割には、そういう奥義ってのはいろんな格闘漫画で割と何回も使ってるよな。そこで出てきたのが残機性ではないかという説だ。人の命は一つと言われているが、その反面猫には7つの命があることを認めるように、そもそも日本文化には残機性を理解した古典が少なくない。そもそも残機性は古来のシューティングの基本だったんだ。何？今でもそんなのは当たり前？違う！真の残機性とは死亡時に決められた復活地点まで戻ってリプレイのことなのだ。
We really are just repeating this whole tangent again.
死んだその場で復活なのは一見残機性に見えて、実はそれはバイタリティ性と変わりない。このシューティングゲームとして当たり前かつ重要なシステムが皮肉にもシューティング界のビッグタイトルにて崩壊するとは誰が予見したであろうか。かつてシューティング界に金字塔を打ち立てた伝説の某ゲームソフト。そのゲームは死亡するとパワーアップが全てゼロに戻り、しかも決められた復活地点まで戻されての再開になったため、高次元ステージともなると復活してはすぐ死亡、また同じ場所に巻き戻されて死亡を延々と繰り返し、残機数が何機あっても無意味じゃないか。これはハマりだと、ハマりなる言葉すらも生み出したのだ。これに対してその作品の続編はなんと当時のシューティングとしては斬新なその場復活という概念を生み出したのだ。
95% of everything that's happened in this arc so far is just playing out exactly as it did in the original PC port. What the hell?
これならお子様でも安心さ。どんなステージもボスも残機数とコンティニューの50円玉さえあれば誰だって力技でクリアできる。でもこの時点でゲームの神聖性は失われたのだ。何度繰り返しても勝てない敵、ボス、ステージ、それについに打ち勝った時の爽快感はまさに日暮らし。抗えぬ昭和58年の運命を打ち破った時の爽快感は某クソゲーを2年以上も攻略し続け、ついにクリアした時の爽快感にも似る。今時のゲームにこれほどの長期にわたって攻略意欲をそそられるゲームがあるだろうか。いやない。そりゃなぜか力技で誰でもすぐにエンディングを見られてしまうからだ。どんな無様なプレイであろうとも一度クリアしたゲームは魅力が薄れてしまう。そうして軟弱なプレイヤーはそのゲームの真の攻略を目指すこともなく作品に飽きてしまうのだ。結局この軟弱な時代を生み出したのは他ならぬ軟弱なゲーマーたちだったのだ。制作者はそのミスを認めた。その証拠にさらにその続編はその後の正当後継作ではその場復活性を廃止して再びハマりシステムを復活させている。いやでもあんまり難しいゲームはその場復活でいいんです。だって最後ギリギリの中ボスで死ぬたびにステージの最初に戻されてた日にはいつになったらラスボスと戦えるんだ。先週やったゲームなんかノーミスで入ることができるという新ルートのラスボスに未だ自力で会ったことないんですけど、お願いです。制作者さん、素人でも玄人でも楽しめるようなゲームバランスを目指してください。力技でもいいから一元さんお断りは冷たすぎます。というか世の中の人ってなんでみんなこうも簡単に隠しステージをひょいひょい解けるんすか。足りないのは愛か動体視力かリビドーか。ああもうそういうエリートゲーマーさんは街のゲームセンターとかじゃなく天上人として別の高尚な場所で遊んでもらいたい。
I'm so tempted to just skip through this whole thing.
ギャラリーとして見ているのは楽しいが自分がどんどん惨めになる。今これをプレイしている君はどうなんだ。
はう、何言ってるのかレナ全然わかんないよ。
それは幸いです。私も何が何やらさっぱりです。そう？おじさんはわかるよ。ラスボスにはいつも自力で会えているし、最近出たやつはちょいとやばかったけどね。
I was just desperately rambling on, but somehow it seems like it was effective. It actually stopped Reina dead in her tracks, too. If you want to kill me, I guess you have to do it all at once. If you foolishly ask if he has any last words, there's no telling what would happen. Oh, but this technique isn't very useful in a more serious scene. It would probably ruin a very tense, swelling, tragic scene.
でもサトコ、レナは足止めできましたのですが、誰も高野の後を追いかけていないから意味がありませんのです。私たちもみんな今の妄言に聞き惚れてたのでございますか？バカバカ、何やっておりますの私たちは。
いけない。高野さんがいませんよ。見失ってしまいました。でもケイちゃん、とあるクリエイターの話だと、画面の敵を一掃するボムも結果的には残機数とみなせるとの表記があるし。
いや、それは入力即無敵の近代シューティングゲーム型ボムだからだ。そもそも俺が以前にプレイしたゲームなんか、入力から炸裂までに1秒近くのタイムラグがあり。
レナはよくわかんないけど、コンティニュー時にアイテムをばらまいてくれる妖精さんとかが可愛いかな皆さんが何の話をしてるのか全然さっぱりですわ。
You should play some games more. Video games. Sorry, Sadako. This might mean nothing to you, but it's something we poured our lives into at one point. 2D shooters. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool in English. We left quite a lot behind along the way, though.
じゃなくて、高野さんあんたらその話はいいから高野さんを追わない
と。そうだったぜ。早くマガタマを取り返さないと。
ケイちゃんとリカちゃまはしばらくレナさんと怪しげな会話で盛り上がっていてくださいな。行きますよ。
そうなの？いってらっしゃい。何かあるのかな？
レナ、お前もう高野さんのことはどうでもいいのか？
高野さんがどうかしたの
Reina looked at us blankly. As far as I could tell from her expression, she really didn't understand what she was doing here. Could that meant Takano-san didn't have the Magatama anymore?
その可能性は高いのです。レナが元に戻ったということは、白のマガタマが所有者を失ったということなのです。
それじゃあ最悪の場合見つからなくてもいいんじゃないか？誰も拾わない限り問題ないんだしさ。
そうはいきませんのです。もし間違ってアリさんが拾って巣に持ち帰っちゃったらどうしますですか？
次の日から竜宮家で世界のアリ塚標本会が始まっちまうな。
Anyway, we have to catch Takano-san. That runaway nurse, she might have thrown it away somewhere.
というわけでようやくカフをできました。手こずらせやがりましたわ。
もうレナちゃんと一緒にマガタマ研究の準備をするんだからどいて。
ほどく前にリカちゃまのマガタマを返してください。あれは大切なものなんですよ。
But judging by how Reina looked, Takano-san no longer had it.
あら、おかしいわね。ポケットにしまったはずなのに。あらららら。
なんですって落としちゃったんですか？
I see. So that was the punchline. Right now I'm starting to feel like a punchline. After a lot of effort, we struggled to capture Takano-san. She ran all around the village, making fun of us, and at the end of the manhunt, we tied her up. She must have dropped it while running around the village. Now we could only wait for someone to pick it up. And when that happened, Reina would react, he would be able to figure out who it was. But when that happened, Rena would fiercely resist any attempts we made to restrain her. This is truly, seriously a pain in the butt. If they end up having Ushi end up picking the thing up, and it looks like as though they're going to end up making us do a repeat of the freaking shogi board scene from the original PC version, I might just prematurely bring an end to this whole thing, because at that point I will know for sure that this is all, for all intents and purposes, just a 90 to 95% repeat of the original PC version, and that the promised and advertised big changes between this arc and the original PC version were just nothing but complete bogus. If that ends up being the case, I will be pretty fucking pissed.
ああ、そうだよ。どういう経緯でレナの口の中に飛び込んだのかわからないが、とにかくそういう力のある魔法の勾玉らしいんだ。
じゃあレナ、誰かにその白い勾玉を拾われたら、自分の気持ちとは無関係にその人のことを好きになっちゃうの？
そういうことだね。文字通りレナのハートが村のどこかに転がってるような状態だよ。
嫌だよそんなの。はあ、人を好きになる気持ちはその人だけのものだもの。それじゃレナの本当の気持ちが、はあ、
へへん。レナの本当の気持ち？誰か思い人でもいるの？おじさんに教えてごらん。
みーちゃんにだって教えられないよ。
Poor Mion.
ミオン、ちっとは乙女心ってもんを理解しろ。男の俺が諭すのもなんだけどな。
その白い勾玉が見つかればリカちゃんが何とかしてくれるんだね。
ええ。だから私たちは大変なことになる前になんとか白い方を見つけ出そうと躍起になってるってわけです。もうすでに大騒ぎになっちゃってますけどね。
お願いケイチくん、白い勾玉を早く見つけてレナを助けてよ。自分の気持ちが自分じゃなくなっちゃうなんて嫌だよ。
ああ、分かってるぜ。きっとレナを助けてやる。だからまた勾玉の力が始まったら俺たちには加減してくれよな。カワイイモードのレナは誰にも止められん。
無理。富武さんたちの時もそうだったけど、頭の中がふわーって気持ちでいっぱいになっちゃって、もう何も考えられなくなっちゃうの。だからその時はきっとレナは容赦ない。だってさっきみんなが来た時はレナ、なんでみんなは邪魔するんだろう。全員レナのマッハパンチで成層圏まで飛ばしてやるぜ。オラオラオラオラオラって考えて。
そうですか。レナさんに好かれた人はいろんな意味で頼もしいですね。
はあ、こんなのじゃ可愛いお嫁さんなんかにはなれないよね。は
あ、とにかく探し続けるしかないのです。レナのためにも村人のためにも早く解決しないといけませんのです。
In the end, we could only go back to the route Takano-san had fled and look to see if it was lying anywhere. But there was no way we could find a single jewel no bigger than the tip of your thumb. When it started to get dark, everyone grew tired, and we started thinking about the more passive approach of waiting until Rihanna reacted to something.
ご ごめんねみんな。レナが迷惑かけちゃって。
レナのせいじゃないよ。運が悪かっただけだよ。きっとみんなで何とかするから。
じゃあとりあえず今日はもう遅いし、これでお開きにしよう。リカちゃんは何かいい方法がないか、巻物を読み直してくれないか。
そうですわね。こんな大騒ぎを招いた責任を取って、明日はリカのこちょこちょマシーンの体験会ですわ。
あらリカちゃま、あのマシーンにそんなに興味があるんですか？
We decided to call off the search for the day. I can only hope somebody normal picked it up. Please do not be Uushi. Please do not be Uushi. Let it be somebody different this time. After nightfall, right as we were about to eat dinner, a phone call came in. Mom, who had just finished making preparations, rushed over toward the front door.
ん？誰からだろう。まさかレナ絡みか。
Just as I predicted, it was a call from Reina's father.
もしもし。どうもこんばんは。
夜分遅くにすみませんね。そちらにうちのレイナがお伺いしていませんか？夕方頃に急に家を飛び出したっきりまだ帰ってこないんです。
急に家を飛び出した？どんな様子でしたか？
レイナが悪ふざけをする時のようなちょっとつ猛進な感じでね。てっきり誰かお友達の家かと思ったんだが。
間違いない。誰かが白の勾玉を拾ったんだ。
遅れてごめんなさいですわ。どんな状況なのですか？
今からレナの部屋に入れてもらうところ。学校での傾向から見るに、きっと室内に何らかの痕跡が残されてるよ。
だな。そういえば俺、レナの部屋に入るのって初めてだよ。なんだか緊張するな。なんとなく想像はついちゃいたが、すっげえ部屋だな。散らかっているのか小物だらけで満載なのか区別がつかないぞ。
それでいて、本人にはどこに何があるのかちゃんと分かっていたりするんですけどね。相変わらずすごいな。よくもこれだけいろいろ溜め込むもんだよね。レナの前世は犬だね。きっと靴とかを大量に集めてたに違いないよ。
俺さ、女の子の部屋ってもっと片付いてて女の子らしいキャピキャピした部屋なんだって思ってたんだが、あれって男の幻想なのかな。
The more this plays out like the original PC version of this arc, the angrier I get. I'm really starting to feel like as though I've been lied to, and that I'm just wasting mine and everybody else's time with this.
レナの部屋もこんなだし、ミオンの部屋だって漫画だらけでこんな感じだったぜ。
おじさんは女の子じゃないからね。あれ？多分それはお姉の漫画部屋の方ですよ。ケイちゃんはお姉の本当の部屋に入ったことはないんですか？母屋じゃなくて離れにあるシオン。
見てくださいな。ほら、レナさんの机の上にこんなにも本が。
Saka pointed over at Reina's desk. A big pile of books, some open, sat on top of it.
今度は何の本だ？なんかのハードカバー本か？図書館で借りてきたのかな？何？現代メイド理論。メイドの道は一日にしてならず、美しきご奉仕。
Yes! This is definitely it's not gambling manga or anything, so it's not Ushi. It's about maids, so it's gotta be Irie. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh god, it's Irie.
なんだみんなメイドの本じゃないか。
Well, good news. This is definitely different from the original PC version for sure. Bad news. Reina's going after Irie. AKA Dr. PhD in Maids.
これでよしと。いやいや、これでやっと今日の仕事も終わりですね。やれやれ。
This could get really, really out there. And I'm feeling equal measures of both excitement and dread all at once.
それにしても、今日はなかなか大変でした。医師の方も看護師さんも、皆さんご都合があるということで、お休みを取られていましたからね。まあ、それほど患者さんがいらっしゃらなかったのが、せめてもの救いでしたが。大道さんはお母さんのお見舞いに、山口さんはお見合い。高野さんは、いやまあ、たまには羽を伸ばすことも必要です。
Her devil wings.
しかし意外でしたね、あのカップルは。いやはや。まったく、人の縁とは不思議なものです。
Ain't that the truth?
はあ、私にもそういう縁が舞い込んでくる日が来るんですかね。とりあえず、贅沢は言いません。メイドの心得を持ち、メイド属性があり、お料理、お洗濯、お掃除のメイドとしての最低のスキルをお持ちの方なら、容姿は問いません。
I bet you that Reina is either hiding around in a nearby corner somewhere or a nearby window that just so happens to be cracked open, and she's got her ear poking right out through it and is listening to every little thing that Irie is saying to himself right now. But then again, I don't really think she'd really need to, because she clearly got the reading research material about maids from the library already, so never mind.
可愛ければ超ウェルカム。さらに20歳以下なら私は神の祝福を信じてもいい。
God. You really should be careful with who you say that around, okay? That could get a lot of people to look at you with raised eyebrows, okay?
たとえそれが金銭的な関係だとしても。でも愛があればベリースプレマシー。そこに甘えっ子、ツンデレ、意外に家庭的の三大属性が万が一、いや億が一にもあったとすれば、私は全世界を敵に回しても戦うことができる。まあさすがにヤンデレはちょっと考えてしまいますが、それも条件次第ではノーミスクリア。
God. You actually have a thing for yanderes. Oh God. Well, if it's danger you want in your life, I could probably think of one or two characters with it, who'd be much more suited for the yandere role than Reina is, even at her worst.
そういう方がこう一日の仕事を終えて一休みする私のそばに立つのです。そしてそっと机の上にアールグレイの紅茶を、いやまあ ダージリンでもインスタントでも何でもいいのですが、とりあえず気分の問題として
Screw Earl Grey. Just have some green tea.
そしてかすかに聞こえた食器の音に私が目を開けて振り返ると、今日も一日お疲れ様でした。あまり美味しくないかもしれませんが、どうぞ召し上がってください。ごしゅっとちょっと照れたように頬を染めながら丸いお盆を両手で抱え込むようにしてにっこりと微笑んでくれるのです。その時少し恥ずかしげに口元を隠してくれていたら、これはもう最強です。言うことは何もない。
This man needs to get laid. Big time.
そして私は、いや、いつもありがとう。君の入れてくれるお茶が美味しくないなんてことはないよ。
You know, actually, now that I think about it, couldn't you just go to a maid cafe or something? Last I checked, those are a relatively popular thing in Japan.
やはりうまい。今日の疲れが癒されていくようだ。と少し狂う。
But then again, you probably would act a little bit suspect around the maids themselves, and well, Tokyo's finest would probably come straight after you, or whichever prefecture you happen to end up being in that has maid cafes, in which you would act untoward towards the maids.
いや違った。少しクールに微笑み返すと、パッと花が咲き誇るかのような満面の笑顔で、嬉しいです。まさに私のハートはマキシマムビートにファイヤーヒートがスクランブル。お互いの身分の違いと年の差という巨大な障壁を乗り越えて、二人はめくるめくくんずほぐれつな愛のコリーダへテイクオフ。あは、いい、最高。この愛と共になら、私はアンゴルモアの恐怖すらものの数ではない。
Is there nobody else in this clinic right now? No other members of staff or anything? Is there anybody else in here that's listening to this guy and thinking to themselves, holy shit, this is my boss?
いけませんね。どうやら少々疲れているようです。
Fatigued? Try sexually frustrated.
夜の誰もいない診療所で何を騒いでいるんだ私は。はあ、でもそんな願望が実現する日が来ればどれほどに幸せなことか。そしてそのメイドが例えばさとこちゃんであればもうスーパーラッキーストライクなんですが。
Not gonna comment. Not gonna comment.
まあかの元祖プレイボーイの光源氏も紫の上を妻と迎え入れるために5年を費やしたと言いますから、私も先人に見習うとしましょう。
I have no idea who Hikaru Genji is, but something tells me it would be an interesting read, to put it mildly.
ということは彼女と知り合ってもうすぐ3年だから、あと残りは2年。
Who? Sadako? Two more years until what? You know, okay, you know what? Now that you got me thinking about it, 2 more years until what? Let me look something. Let me look up Sadako's age here. Hold on. Okay, Higurashi Wiki Sadako. 2 more years until what? Until she turns legal? Because she doesn't seem like she's between the ages of 11 and 12 in 1983. So, at the most, you wait 2 more years, she would be 14 years old. That'd still be underage, Doc. Like, noticeably underage. I'm not sure you should really, try your luck there with a 14-year-old. No matter how well acquainted you two are, okay? People would kinda freak out.
どうぞ監督。
I was wondering when you'd show. He couldn't help but be shocked. Without warning, a cup claried as it sat down on his desk. He smelled the aroma of tea as he turned around to find Reina standing there. What's more, she was silently smiling here in this silent clinic at night. How frightening. Too frightening.
どうかしましたか、竜宮さん。
Well, I do. Yes, there is something the matter, Doctor, but it's... Well, yeah, I mean, there is something wrong with Reina, but... There's also something wrong with you, too.
いつからそこに。
ほう、監督が今日も一日お疲れ様でしたで一人芝居を始めたあたりからかな。
So you heard pretty much everything. Got it. Exposed! Like the dirty degenerate you are, Doc. The joyful delusions of a moment ago were blown away in one fell swoop. As aristocratic bachelor, age undisclosed, Kyosuke Irie was beaten down to despair as deep as the Mariana Trench. Because if what Reina said was true, then she heard his wildest fantasies in almost their entirety. And, of all people to hear it, it had to be Sadako's friend, Reina Ryugu! I seriously can't believe he has a serious interest in Sadako. Like, holy shit, man. Naturally, it was easy to imagine that the explosive, full-blown delusional story he'd just uttered would reach Sadako's ears come tomorrow, and the result would be... scandalous,
監
yes.
督さん、そのような汚らわしい欲望を私に持っていらしたなんて最低です。見損ないましたわ。もう二度と私の前に姿を見せないでくださいまし。
違うんです、さとこちゃん。
I hate to break it to you, Doc, but Sadako isn't in the room right now.
じゃなかった、竜宮さん。今の話は少々疲れていたために出てしまったちょっとしたストレスの解放を目的とした一種のレクリエーションでして。
Stress relief, you say? Go on.
決して天地神明に誓ってそのような不埒な願望を日々抱いていたわけではなく。
But you hold on to those insolent desires some days, yes? Not every day, but some days. That's what seems to be what you're implying to me here, Doc.
だからその
監督、
はい。
紅茶冷めちゃいますから。
Fortunately for you, Doc, Reina is too sick in the head right now to give a crap about your head sickness. So you are lucky right now, to put it mildly.
温かいうちにどうぞ。
はい。いただきます。
For a moment he wondered if it might be laced with some anesthetic, as he grabbed the cup and cautiously took a sip. The distinct floral aroma of Earl Grey tickled his nose, and a faintly sour taste caressed his tongue.
どうですか？
いや、美味しいですよ。竜宮さんはとても紅茶を入れるのが上手ですね。
My tea's better. To tell the truth, she didn't have the time to taste it herself. But Reina smiled in glee as soon as she heard that.
はあ、よかった。監督？
はい、何でしょうか。
Whether it was an effect of the tea or his dignity as an adult, dignity? He'd calmed down a bit and drank the tea while maintaining his composure. With cold sweat on his back, he turned his swivel chair around toward Reina. Reina turned her gaze down and her eyes wandered for a while, like she was hesitating. But eventually, she looked up like she'd made up her mind, her eyes moist as she spoke up.
レナじゃダメですか？
はい。
レナでは理想のメイドさんにはなれませんか？監督のメイドとしてお仕えすることはできませんか？
Well, guess I can't be too surprised that she just came right out and said it, but while I'm now thinking about this, Higurashi. Oops, spelled Higurashi wrong. Okay, so she's 13 years old as of 1989. So we're talking like a 2-year difference between her and Sadako at the most. It'd be even worse, technically, because it'd be a year less than the number that, well, yeah, between 11 and 12, so she could add, so Sadako could, at the potential youngest in that timeline that Irie gave, could be 13 at the absolute youngest, 14 at the most. So maybe, so worst case scenario, Reina would be at the exact age, the exact ripe age that Irie wants. At the worst, a little bit older. But not so much so to where it'll probably make much of a difference in the perverted doc's mind. At the end of the day, we're talking an age range here that's gonna get the overwhelming majority of people to raise their eyebrows at you, Doc, no matter who it's with. I really don't think this is an avenue you should pursue. An artistic spatter of tea danced around the clinic, in a manner that couldn't be repeated even if he tried.
リュウグさん、突然何を言い出すのですか？
はあ、監督のさとこちゃんへの思いの深さはよくわかっています。
And I'm pretty sure that if you were in your right frame of mind right now, Reina, you would be feeling a lot more objectionable towards those feelings he has.
でもレナも監督を思う気持ちにかけては誰にも負けないつもりです。だからお願いします。レナを監督専用のメイドにしてください。
It is true what some people say. Sometimes love can be a poison of the mind. It can completely screw up your sense of priorities and morality. Case in point, her overlooking Dr. Irie's degeneracy.
ちょっと待ってください、リュウグさん。冗談なら時と場所を選んで。
冗談なんかじゃありません。レナは本気です。ご主人様。
Oh God. That physically pained me. Master. Stop making me repeat it! Oh no. Like a bolt of lightning, a shiver ran from the top of his head down to his toes. His whole body stiffened like he was frozen in place. And then...
竜宮さん。いやいや、私もメイド道を極め、それなりのステージに達しているものと自負しておりました。だが、それは幻想だった。
Oh, here we go.
大いなる慢心、身の程も知らぬ思い上がりでした。
は
Drip, drip. With profusely streaming tears demonstrating his intensely burning pain, he shook his fist and roared toward the heavens.
ご主人様、なんて甘美な響きなんでしょう。想像で思い描いていたものと全く違いすぎる。それはあたかもそう、船人を惑わせるセイレーンの歌声のように甘やかで、雪山の吹雪の中で登山家を無魔へと誘う雪女のごとき短美。この言葉の前には幾千幾万の習字も全くの無味乾燥。百聞は一見にしかずと言いますが、私の知っていると思い込んでいた世界は狭すぎた。私は本当に井の中の蛙だった。
Could somebody go fetch the Higurashi incarnation of Hanyu? I feel like we need her in here right now to do a spiritual cleansing. In that last roar, he was no longer even speaking words. But why were both of his examples monsters? Both of those creatures are quick to kill their targets.
じゃあレナをメイドさんにしてくれますか？
いや、それは
お願いします。お料理、お洗濯、お掃除、何でも一生懸命やります。今はまだご指示をいただかなくては動けませんが、きっといつかは指先一つ鳴らしただけでその意図がわかるようなスーパーメイドになってみせます。だからご奉仕させてください、ご主人様。
Of course, this was extreme, but he was trying to exercise some control as an adult. What you're saying to me right now is not matching up with what I'm reading and seeing here on screen, Mr. Narrator. But, with just a slight tilt of Reina's head, her cheeks slightly tinted with embarrassment, peeking up at him from below and smiling, from such a close distance. It was as if his reason as an adult was held together by something as thin as a spider's thread. And in that moment... Well, I'm glad we established that his sense of reason has always been razor thin right from the get-go. I'll definitely agree with you there. It was cut.
わかりました、竜宮さん。私も男です。こうなっては腹をくくってみせましょう。
Okay, so it lists Irie's age from somewhere between his late 30s and early 40s. I would like to remind you again that at her absolute youngest, and the current timeline here and now, Sadako is 11 years old, is between 11 to 12 years old, and Reina is 13. Again, Doc, I generally like you, but I don't think this is an avenue that you should pursue. The general public would not react kindly to what you want from Reina, or Sadako for that matter. Think about your reputation, man. I'm just trying to help you.
審査がなんだ、法律がなんだ。
That could have been a more perfect response to my own tangent. That could not have been more perfect. Holy shit. It's like he's replying directly to me. Holy fuck. Oh no. Irie! No!
そんなものは時代とともに推移してやがては淘汰されていく机上の空論。この入江京介、あえて反体制の御旗を振りかざし世界を敵にしてみせましょう。
Oh.
ありがとうございますご主人様。
しかし竜宮さん、ただでさえメイドの道は非常に厳しい世界です。辛く苦難に満ちてどこまでも限りがない。そして一歩足を踏み入れてしまえばこれまでの属性とは縁を切ることになります。それでもいいのですか？親しい人たちと離れることに未練はありませんか？
What are you planning on do? Isolating her from the general public so you can have her as your maid servant for the rest of her natural life?
ありません。レナはご主人様のためならたとえ火の中水の中でも笑顔で渡って行けます。
よくぞ言ってくれました。もはやあなたに教えることは何もありません。
No, you didn't teach her anything in the first place. Yeah, my sentiments exactly.
では早速私のコレクションの中から選び抜いた衣装をあなたに授けましょう。こんな時のために S サイズから XL サイズまで幅広く集めてきた秘中の秘蔵物を。
ちょっと待った。
Oh, thank God! The cavalry has arrived!
よっしゃ、まだメイド衣装にお着替え前だよ。今がチャンス。
Restrain the doctor first!
なんですかあなたたちは。こんな夜遅くにどこか急病でも？
Seriously, restrain him first! He's gone postal!
病気というなら
メインスト
それはむしろ監督さんの方ですわ。一体レナさんに何をさせようとしてたんですの？
Oh, this is perfect. Sadako has now seen you for what you are, Doc.
さとこちゃん、それは誤解というものです。
Oh, really, Doc? Then what is this, then?
私は別に彼女に何かやましいことを強制するなんてハレンチな真似は天地神明に誓って一切やっておりません。
Don't believe your eyes and ears, Sadako. They lie. They are deceiving you. Trust me and me alone. I know better. I can analyze reality far more efficiently than you ever could.
その手にメイド衣装を持って鼻の下伸ばしている姿を見ては説得力まるでなしってやつです。リカちゃま、警察に連絡を。誘拐でも何でもいかように。その前にレナを引き離すよ。監督、覚悟しない。
はう、ご主人様にひどいことしないでよ。
Reina, go home. You're drunk. You're not in your right frame of mind. This is like the third time now that Mion got clobbered by Reina in this arc. At the rate things are going, she's probably gonna end up being a body cast by the time this whole thing's over. Mion carelessly approached, but Reina's punches took her down in a flash.
おねえ、昼にも夕方にもあれだけ食らったのにまだ懲りないんですか？準備もなしに突っ込むから。ごめんね、おじさん油断してたわ。
それにしてもレナってすげえよ。好きな相手のためなら本当に何でもできちゃうんだな。写真ユリと来て次はメイドかよ。本気で恐れいるぜ。
There's nothing terrifying about Yuri, Keiichi. Stop it with that nonsense. What you say is blasphemy.
怪異モードのレナに不可能の文字はないってわけだね。 部活の戦績でもレナほど上下の波が激しい子はいないよ。
確かに爆発した時とそうでない時の成績差があまりに激しいのが特徴ですわね。
とりあえず監督の処遇は警察にお任せするとして。
Oh, Ushi! We got some late night work for you to do! And we got quite the naughty little perp!
それよりリカちゃま、今度こそ間違いありませんか？
間違いないのです。入江が今懐に持っていますのです。
なんですかリカさん。
Okay, so now that you got my mind on it, Irie, how the hell did you find the Magatama?
私に何か。
入江、正直に答えてほしいのです。今日ひなみ沢で白い勾玉もしくは白いオットセイのキーホルダーを拾いませんでしたか？
え？ああ、そうですね。確かに、あ、そうだ。警察に届けようと思ってすっかり忘れていました。後でちゃんと届けないと猫ババになってしまいますね。
それはリカのなんですのよ。さっさとお返しなさいですわ。
そうそう、そのマガ玉のせいでレナがこんなになっちゃってるの。レナを正気に戻させるから返してください。
あ、バカ、余計なことを。
なんですって？なるほど。そっか。そうだったのですか。
My god, this image. What are you subjecting me to? Now this is nightmare fuel, if I do say so myself. And what the hell? Oh, is Rika just calling the police right now? Okay, this little thing right here actually makes the whole thing funny for me. For sure. And of course, you know, Reina's just in La La Land doing her own thing. But yeah, this is definitely for sure a much different scene from the original PC version. So I'm gonna definitely use this one for sure for the thumbnail. I'll make it the permanent thumbnail. So let me change this thing one last time. There we go. There we go. And we got you there. And we'll put you there just in case I need you later. And perfect. Perfect. Yes, I see. So that's how it was.
てっきりメイドの素晴らしさに目覚めた理想の女性とようやく巡り会えたと思っていましたのに。では、このキーホルダーを皆さんにお返しすると、レナさんは帰ってしまうわけですね。
Okay, I think I see what's actually bothering me about this image here. Given everything that we've been subjected to for the past 10 minutes or so regarding Irie and his interests, shall we say, the fact that Keiichi, and Mion, and well, fortunately Rika doesn't seem to really care, but Mion and Keiichi are drawn in such a way and looking up at this makes them frames like they're small children confronting a very degenerate PhD wielding adult, shall we say, given the context of everything we've been subjected to the past 10 minutes. And that is both terrifying and hilarious to me all at once, because it is shockingly appropriate.
いや、それは困ります。私による私のためのメイド世界を実現させるためにもレナさんの協力が必要なんです。もう少しだけ、あとたった1世紀だけで構わない。この素敵なドリームを見させてください。
Can't you just make your dream a reality with someone who's at least 18 years old?
一世紀のどこがたったなんですの。ここにいるみんなお墓の中に入っていましたよ。
I mean, for crying out loud, man, we're not talking like a Romeo and Juliet situation here where one person is and the couple is about to turn into a legal adult in your jurisdiction and whatnot, and the other person in the couple is like a couple years younger than them. We're not talking about like a situation like that here when it comes to like age gaps or anything like that. We're talking about prepubescent girls and a man in his early 40s at the absolute oldest. Like, Irie, man, come on. Again, I'm trying to help you. Think about things from a PR standpoint for yourself.
頼む監督。それはレナの本心じゃないんだ。操られているだけなんだ。おとなしく拾ったオットセイをこっちに渡してレナを解放してやってくれ。
Don't call it a fur seal!
前原さん、たとえ偽りの言葉であっても竜宮さんは私にメイドとしてお仕えしますと誓いの言葉を述べられたのです。
I hate to break it to you, Doc, but especially given the fact that Reina is not in her right frame of mind, and her mind is being influenced by a literal supernatural MacGuffin, she can't consent!
それはいわば契約。
In any capacity! On much of anything relating to you! Romantic or no!
つまりそれを覆すことができるのはレナさんの口を持ってしか成し得ないことなのです。
ダメだこの人。今まで言われたことのない言葉に舞い上がって前後不覚になっちゃってるよ。
リカ、何をなさっているのでございますか？もしもし、警察ですか？
Go, Rika, go!
大石をお願いします。あ、大石ですか？お社様にたたられたかわいそうな人がいるのです。
He's been cursed by something, alright, but I don't think even Hanyu would curse someone like this.
救いようがないので
Just ask Riku.
緊急に逮捕して。
What's wrong? The call suddenly cut off, and when Rika-chan looked up, she was stunned, dumbfounded by a sight before her. Reina, no! There stood Reina, grinning, having just cut the phone cord with a huge pair of scissors. Reina, no! No!
ダメだよ。ダメダメ。
Yes way!
ご主人様を警察になんて渡したりしないんだから。
というか電話線切ったら監督とここの診療所の人たち明日からの仕事で困ると思うぞ。いいんですか監督？
構いませんとも。このような理想のメイドさんが私のものになるのであれば私は今の肩書きも生活も全てドブに捨てて構わない。
Short-sighted thinking doesn't even begin to describe this. You are truly beyond anybody's help, mine included. Alright, good luck to you, Doc. See how the whole life strategy of yours plays out for you.
前原さん、男の人生はロマンなのです。食うことのみに頭を縛られていてはそれこそこの世に何のために生まれてきたというのですか？
Doc, stop bullshitting me. This isn't about romance. What you're describing is somebody that some random Jane Doe at a maid cafe could do for you.
なんかとってもかっこいいこと言っているように聞こえますけど、この人
そうはいかねえぜ。レナに頼まれたんだ。レナを助けてってな。そして俺はレナを助けると約束した。今すぐそいつを返してもらうぜ。
それならば前原さん、勝負です。
Oh God. What kind of contest do you have in mind?
皆さんが教室での決め事を部活で決着するように、ここは一つ部活ルールで決着をつけましょう。とはいえ もう夜も遅い。これ以上引き止めてしまうと皆さんの親御さんも心配なされるでしょう。
Oh no, Doc. You ain't weaseling your way out of this here with that excuse.
そんなわけですから明日の1時沖宮小学校グラウンド前に集合。
Oh no, I don't trust you to behave yourself all the way until then, especially if Reina's alone with you.
いいですね。
おいよってなんでそんな場所で？
Keiichi, I'm going to grab your dick and twist it like a freaking wash rag that I'm trying to wring dry of dishwater. You dumbass! You nincompoop! You stupid ape! You moldy wash rag! You used up soap sponge! Crocodilian dumbass!
ちょっとそれってまさか。
Seriously, the balls of this on this man. Irie, I mean, not Keiichi, although him too right now. The balls on this doc. The kind of bullshit he's trying to peddle with me and everybody. Like, look, I can be a bit of a degen myself at times, okay? I admit that. So don't bullshit a degenerate should not bullshit a degenerate, okay? Just like you don't bullshit a bullshitter. I see what I see through you, Doc. I know how dangerous men like you can be. Because I can think like you. Except not with maids, because that's not really my thing. But the spirit, but it's the spirit. The next day was Saturday. The coach was waiting for us there, along with the Hinamizawa Fighters and the Okinomiya Titans. Baseball. Should have guessed. In other words, this was...
野球のグラウンドじゃねえか!
And what's more, today was apparently joint practice day for both teams.
ああ、やっぱり。わざわざ一晩明けてまで場所をここに指定するから、もしかしたらと思ってたよ。まったく、こんなまどろっこしいことしないで、さっさと渡してくれれば全て解決なのに。
実に回りくどいのです。
いえいえ、そういうわけには参りません。この勝負には私が常日頃より思い描いていた野望がかかっているのです。たとえ成就するにしても諦めざるを得ないとしても、立ち向かってくるあなた方にもそれなりの思いの強さを見せていただかなくては。
はいはい、わかりましたよ、タク。
Incidentally, Reina fought back when we tried bringing her home afterwards. So after the scuffle, we gave her some of Coach's special sleeping pills, and she was now sleeping soundly. Oh, thank God. At least I didn't leave her alone with him. She shouldn't wake up until close to this evening. Normally that would have left her absent from school, but today was a holiday for teachers. And that's why all of us can head to Okinomiya early in the morning without any hesitation. All of us.
おいシオン、お前の学校は確か今日休みじゃなかったんじゃ。
え？あれ、そうでしたっけ？
Shame on you, Shion, skipping school like this. That is very naughty in and of itself. What is it with me being surrounded by a bunch of naughty peepees? What? People! The fuck was I about to say? Well, whatever. Seems like she skipped yesterday too, so let's not pry too deep into it.
とりあえずちゃっちゃと決着をつけてマガタマを取り返そうぜ。さあ監督、何で勝負だ。何でもかかってきやがれ。
簡単な方法ですよ。ここは一つホームラン競争で白黒をつけましょう。
ホームラン競争ですって？
そうです。ひなみ沢ファイターズの中から選抜したパワーヒッターとあなた方の代表が10本中何本をホームランにしたかで決着をつけます。ちなみに10本打ち終わった段階で同数の場合はどちらかが1本リードするまでのサドンデス方式です。
And I bet you, just for the sake of dragging things out, we are indeed going to have a tie.
いかがです？受けて立ちますか？
おお、上等だぜ。ところで相手バッターに対するピッチャーはこちらから指定できるんだよな。
結構です。ではひなみ沢ファイターズの代表は
Doc? You better not have given me placebos instead of actual sleeping pills. Otherwise, I really am going to twist your dick off. Just like I will Keiichi's.
リュウグウレナ、行きまーす。
Okay, given by Irie's surprised reaction in tandem with ours, I guess I can at least give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't pull a fast one with me on the sleeping pills. I guess there is some lines you won't cross, thank God.
ちょっと待て、レナ。お前、睡眠薬で爆睡してたんじゃ。
When I looked at Coach, he seemed just as surprised. So that means he didn't intend for this to happen?
リュウグウさん、あなたどうやって起きて？確かゾウでも丸1日は眠りこける量の睡眠薬だったはずですが。
If we're talking about that big of a dose, then wouldn't that actually be lethal for humans?
ちょっと監督、それって人間だと間違いなく致死量ですよ。
Okay, so it's not just me who's thinking that. That's good.
愛の力ですよ、ご主人様。
Holy fuck. She downed. You're telling me she downed all of those anesthetics, enough to put down an elephant, enough to be lethal for humans, and she's powering through it all right now, just through her current obsession with Irie. Jesus.
ご主人様とレナの絆を壊そうなんて考えている人たちはレナのバットで全員撲殺しちゃいます。
Beat to death with a bat. You mean like Satoshi did with his aunt? Actually, yeah, no, actually, that's not funny. That's not funny at all.
さすがは私がメイドドマスターを与えたスーパーメイド。
Hey Irie, has anyone ever told you that you sometimes sound like a crow? Because just now when you made your whoa noise, you kinda did, at least to me. Fitting, I suppose, because I'm gonna do everything in my power to make you eat crow.
ならばリュウグウさん。
And then a fist. And then a bat. And whatever else I can stuff down your gullet.
すべてあなたにお任せします。ガンガンやってきてください。
はい。
Well, actually, now that I think about it, this could actually be good for me, because if she's basically just fighting through the sleeping pills right now, that means she could still be feeling the effects. So her performance may not be completely up to snuff. Hey, don't just go deciding things on a whim, Coach. I mean, Reina isn't even a member of the Hinazawa Fighters, is she? The team members behind me stroking their arms were all clearly sulking. Sure hope this won't be a problem next time I lead them.
ま
まずいですわよ、ケイチさん。ああ見えてレナさん、以前ファイターズの助っ人で参加された時はミオさん以上のパワースラッガーだったんですのよ。そんじょそこらのピッチャーじゃ全部スタンドインされてしまいますわ。
心配するな、サトコ。こんなこともあろうと昨日、俺は最強の助っ人を召喚しているんだ。
Dude, don't bullshit me. You were just as surprised as everybody else to see Reina here. Don't bullshit a bullshitter.
さあ、出番だ亀田くーん。
にゃーははは呼ばれるのを待っていたぜ。けー
And then, stepping onto the scene, standing firm, was the Koishian class ace pitcher, Kamada-kun. So, Kamada, how you doing, my boy? The Angel Mort ladies still keeping you busy? Usually a hot-blooded idiot who loves sweets, but in uniform he's a completely different person, a total wizard. Now, if you told me he was a total lizard, I'd believe you. His full power fastballs are impossible to hit, even for Reina.
頼んだぜ、亀田くん。今日一日、君の鉄板を俺たちのために貸してくれ。
水臭いぜ、ケイ。俺とお前は一緒にジャンボパフェを付き合った仲。いわば盟友義兄弟。この程度のことなら、いつだって俺はケイの元へ駆けつけるぜ。
おお、我が親友、君ならそう言ってくれると思っていたぜ。
You know, for a so-called sworn brother of mine, you have very little appearances or sway in anything that actually goes on in any of these stories. Like you are for someone who claims to be so important to me, you are the background character equivalent of a background character. Seriously, dude, don't oversell yourself. You're not even a player. This game notwithstanding. Then, we gave each other a firm handshake of passionate friendship. Mion and the others behind us were staring at us with cold, wide eyes, but I dared to ignore them in the moment.
というわけだ。レナ、お前の相手はこの亀田くんだぜ。
I'm surrounded by degenerates. Keiichi, Kanda, Irie. But I guess isn't thinking about it now. It's as the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I did admit to being a degen myself earlier, after all. I get what I deserve.
さすがのレナもこの相手にはかなうまい。
甘いよ、ケイチくん。レナもこんなことがあろうかと朝早くに起きてメジャーリーガーの電気書を読み漁ってきたんだから。
That I could actually believe, given the supernatural influences of the Magatama on you at play right now. It would make you inclined to research all of Irie's potential interests, and those just so happen to also include baseball. So yeah, I could actually believe that you would actually think to research this crap just in case. Keiichi, on the other hand, bringing Kamada as backup and all this shit in anticipation of you showing up, that for sure is bullshit.
そう簡単に思い通りになると考えてもらったら困るよ。
ミオさん、野球選手の伝記を読んで野球の技術の向上に何か効果はあるんでしょうか？
Actually, that's a good point, Sayako.
さあ、おじさんはあんまり関係ないと思うけどね。
きっと格闘映画を見て強くなったと勘違いする観客の気分だと思いますのです。
I wonder if she also read about Hank Aaron. At any rate, the representative of Coach's team, which you can't really call the Hinamizawa Fighters, is Reina. And the pitcher going against her is Kamada-kun. Meanwhile, the representative of the club members' team will be me, Keiji Maebara. And the pitcher facing off against me will be...
なあ、ここは一つ中立ということで、俺が K じゃなかった。前原圭一に投げるってことではどうだ？
お？そうしてくれるか、亀田くん。いやー、悪いな。それじゃあ、そうして。
亀田
oh dear.
亀田くん、圭一くん、ずるはいけないな。
Back at you, my lady.
二人して何か企んでるんでしょ？
I know you are.
企んでなんて何も。
嘘だ！圭一くんと亀田くんが仲がいいのは知ってるよ。
Yeah, it is true. We really do like all the maids that work at Angel Mort, for sure.
だから亀田くんはきっと圭一くんの時は手を抜いて投げるつもり。
Wait a minute! Maids? Angel Mort? Doc! Just go to fucking Angel Mort! You got some maids that are practically right next door to you!
そうだよね。違うかな？かな？
俺は
というわけだから圭一くんの時はレナが投げるよ。大丈夫、安心して。別に手元が狂って頭を狙ったりなんかしないから。
Translation, you're gonna be aiming for my balls. And not the one and not like the ones we're handling in the game.
わかったぜ。
She's going after my softballs. Both of them. She's gonna turn the softballs into curveballs with the sheer force of the blow. The scary thing is, you can't tell if she's joking or not. Okay, random siren. Is that the ambulance getting ready to whisk players off in advance? They're just gonna wait for the bodies to start hitting the floor? Meanwhile, the first at-bat was about to begin. Reina was at the plate, and Kamada-kun was on the mound.
では始めましょう。
Now, baseball, unlike shogi, I'm much more familiar with in terms of the rules and how to play and all that. Even though I haven't really played baseball all that much throughout my whole life either. It's at least much easier for me to understand than something like shogi.
審判は不詳この私。
So
南
I
沢
should.
ファイターズ監督、
So-
入江京介が務めます。
So this, for me at least, will definitely be more interesting.
ボール球はノーカウントですから、投手の方はちゃんとストライクゾーンに投げてくださいね。で、球拾いは両チームの皆さん、外野ノックの感覚でお願いします。
That also includes my balls in case Reina manages to knock them out of my scrotum and send them flying out of the ring. Handle those with care. Sorry for getting you all involved in this stupid showdown right before you were supposed to have a game together. Some of the kids even muttered, maybe I should go home today.
この亀田様が女の子相手に真剣勝負とはな。
There is this girl. There is no Kamada, my boy, my friend, my chum, my sword brother, my fellow perv. Reina is not an ordinary girl, not by a long shot. Oh no, sir, nuh-uh, nope. You need to protect your jewels.
言っとくが俺の剛速球は速いぜ。やめるのなら今のうちだぞ。
And your head too. She might. Well, yeah. Just protect yourself. Wherever that ball ends up flying.
弱い犬ほどよく吠えるね。何でもいいからさっさとおいで。
パフェオくん。
これでどうだ。
Now that I think about it, maybe since Tomoe really likes the parfaits and sweets from Angel Mort, maybe I should start calling her Parfait Girl. Kameda-kun's fastball came in on Reina's inside corner. But... crack.
No!
Reina took a full swing at Kameda-kun's fastball, easily made contact, and it went flying beyond the home run line, far off in the distance. Well, good news, Kameda. The ball definitely went way past you. Bad news is, we're already now on the back foot.
そんな地区予選でも打たれたことのない俺の渾身のストレートが。
はい、これでまずレナは一本先取。それじゃ次は圭一くんの番だね。バッターボックスに立って。
おう。
God help me. I faced Reina as she quickly strode to the pitcher's mound, then entered the batter's box and readied my bat.
いくよ。
Reina slowly raised her leg from the pitcher's set position, and then from her shoulder to her elbows to her wrist. She tossed the ball in a thoroughly efficient maneuver. Coming down the center, a little low. So fast? I felt lost, but I somehow managed to put my strength into my grip, and then... oh no! I got choices! So it's possible for me to screw this up, eh? Well then, I will go ahead and save. Watch carefully. Use discretion. Ping.
Foul!
My bat just slightly grazed Reina's ball, and it rolled into the foul zone on the first base size. Well, good news is it wasn't an automatic home run.
惜しかったね。まずはレナが一本リードだよ。
Even if I was being careless, a misshit was such a failure.
ケイちゃん。
I guess I screwed up more than I initially thought.
もうしっかりしてくださいよ。
Mia and the others must have been worried and came to check on me. It's not over yet. That was only the first at bat. As long as Reina misses the next pitch, I'm able to land a hit. Reina's batted ball once again shot deep over the outfield. Another home run. Up on the pitcher's mound, Kameda-kun's shoulders slumped dejectedly. Just looking at him, it was clear he didn't cut any corners or get careless on that last patch.
さあ、圭一くんの番だよ。
おう。
I faced Reina up on the mound, then held up my bat with my strength in it. Okay. Hooking toward the inside corner. Low and near the middle. I judged the timing, and then... be careful and hit it squarely. I hit Reina's pitch with all my might, and the ball went soaring down the third base line. Well, I got lucky there.
よっしゃ、長打コース。
何言ってんだよ。ヒットじゃダメでしょ。これはホームラン対決なんだよ。
Even so, I had the timing and the reading right on the mark, if I do say so myself. So I thought I had nailed it perfectly. And yet I'm getting weird results? Apparently so.
まさか。以下も見ましたか？ やっぱり間違いありませんわね。
What are you seeing? Sadako seemed to have sensed something and walked up to me. And then...
ケイチさん、注意してください。レナさんのさっき投げたあれ、スライダーですわ。
スライダーってなんだ？
知りませんの？まっすぐの球とほとんど同じスピードでバッターから逃げるように曲がる変化球のことですわ。ある意味でカーブよりも打ちにくいプロ御用達の魔球ですわよ。
なに？なんでそんな球レナが投げられるんだ？
She learned how to throw balls like this just from reading autobiographies of baseball players. Make it make sense!
そりゃあまあ伝記を読んできたからじゃない？往年の大投手の。
なんじゃそりゃ。そんなもんで魔球が身につくならプロ野球選手があんなに高額年俸もらったりするわけないだろう。
Seriously!
しかし現に投げてきているわけですから、さすがはレナさんというか正直驚きました。
いくら勾玉の力とはいえ、好きな相手のために魔球を投げられるとは、レナはすごいやつなのですよ。
確かに。
As we were talking, Rina began her third at-bat. Kamada-kun was halfway teary-eyed as she threw the third pitch. And then... Crack! I can hear and feel the pain in his voice. Poor guy. The ball was again batted at an arc, sending it soaring high in the bright blue sky. But, fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the trajectory sent it beyond the foul line, so it was declared a foul ball.
とはいえ飛距離だけで言えば十分スタンドインの打球でしたね。
I shuddered, once again reminded that I'm up against one hell of an opponent.
少し力が入っちゃったね。さあ、ケイチ君の3打席目だよ。覚悟はいい？
The power difference between us was on full display as I stepped up to the plate. Is this one going to be a breaking ball? Or a straight shot? Damn it. Worrying about all these additional pitch options. I can't stay focused. Reina's pitch was coming in the outside corner. Just barely within hitting range. Take a chance. All right! The pitch was skillfully hit back and was now coasting straight toward the home run zone on the right. However... Oh, what now? The ball dropped just a few meters. No, just a few dozen centimeters too soon. Fuck! But it seems like I got the timing right, so I should be ready for the next one. All right. I was expecting Reina to feel threatened by that, but she had a smile full of pity on her face as she slipped off her glove and grabbed the bat, then spoke up.
ちょっとがっかりだね、ケイチ君。せっかくレナがいい勝負にしてあげようと手を抜いてあげたのに。
Hold back, you say?
ケイチさん、今のストレートでしたわ。それもかなり狙い目の。
Sako seemed like she was struggling to speak as she commended Reina. Shit! Did my confusion about if it was going to be a breaking ball or a fastball prevent me from getting enough distance?
今ので追いつけないようじゃ、もう結果は見えたね。次からはレナの全力で行くから、覚悟しててよ。
So this is my last shot, huh? Guess I better make this count. Oh no. It's sad to say, but right now there's just too much of a power gap between Reina and me.
くそサトコ、どうすればいい？スライダーの打ち方、お前はわかるか？
私も本でしか読んだことはありませんわ。そもそもそんな変化球を投げられる方と野球をやったことはございませんし、一体どうしたら。
Just then, Psycho clapped her hands together like she just had an epiphany.
ケイチさん、私にこの後の打席を任せていただけませんか？
Sure.
いい手を思いつきましたわ。
Yeah, I'll leave it to you.
よし、任せたサトコ。あ、でも途中交代はできるのかな？
I felt a little anxious about it, so I ran a suggestion by Coach and Reina. But since they were in such a strong lead, they gave the okay immediately.
もちろん OK ですよ。
Now, if all goes well, it looks to me like your former love interest, so to speak, Doc, for lack of a better description, may be the one person who will dash your dreams in a blaze of glory. And if that ends up happening, I will be laughing and laughing and laughing some more at your expense.
竜宮さんとサトコちゃんが私の専属メイドの椅子をめぐって戦い合う。
That's not what's happening, Doc.
実に悲しい対決です。
Come back to planet Earth!
しかしこれはこの私の魅力ゆえにもたらされてしまった悲劇。
Yeah, you got charm, all right, that's for sure.
憎い。二人の麗しき美少女を引きつけてやまない自分がたまらなく憎い。
You see, here's your problem. You don't hate yourself enough here to do the sensible thing to actually make this conflict not a thing in the first place. And that is simply to go swamp diving in Nonikafuchi Swamp.
むしろ見ている私が引きつけを起こしそうですわ。先にぶん殴って元気を排除して差し上げようかしら。
That would be the straightforward solution, yes, but unfortunately, you're not going to do that, are you? Then again, it's not like Reina would allow that anyway, so I guess so. Guess we got no choice.
敵が強いほど手に入れたものの価値は大きくなるからね。どんな手でも構わないよ。最後に勝つのはレナとご主人様だけど。いい気になっているのも今のうちですわ。私の実力、とくとご覧あそばせ。
Oh. I guess going by that face that you've got in that you're wearing right now, Reina, things suddenly just took a downturn for you. This time, Kamado-kun fell to his knees and collapsed right there on the mouth. Never mind, I misread the situation. Reina's third hit of the day arched towards center field and then disappeared.
サトコ。
任せてくださいませ。とりあえず一本でも取り返すことが先決ですから。
Then Sadako stepped up to the plate.
さとこちゃん、覚悟はいい？たとえさとこちゃんでもレナは容赦しないよ。ええ、もちろんですわ。強い敵ほど私の腕が鳴りますのよ。いい度胸だね。それじゃあ行くよ。あ、そうそう、レナさん。スライダーを投げるときは投げる腕のくせにご用心遊ばせ。
Reina was already in the middle of setting up her throw, but that one comment from Sako had her eyes open wide in bewilderment. but it was too late to change her course. So she released the ball in a visibly clumsy throw and... Now here's an image I haven't seen in a long time. This is making me feel nostalgic.
いただきですわ。
Naturally, Sako wasn't about to overlook a careless misthrown pitch and swung her bat. The ball vigorously arced upward and soared high in the sky, then disappeared in the direction of left field.
やったー！さすがさとこ、ナイスバッティング！
あははは。ざっとこんなもんでございますわ。
Okay. The score is now 3-1. It's a disadvantage, of course, but it's a huge step up from the psychological pressure of having 0 points.
素晴らしい。あ、ちょっと富田くん。玉拾いはいいので、私のカバンからカメラを。
I looked on, feeling sorry for him being unreasonably ordered around, but Tomata-kun responded yes sir with a twinkle in his eye, then charged toward the third base bench. It's good seeing you, by the way, Tomata-kun. Hey, coach, Tomata-kun. We all came here to play baseball, right? Maybe Reina was still upset about giving up a hit and was dragging her down, but she hit the ball off center and it resulted in an infield fly, excuse me. And then, for Sako's second at-bat...
油断したよ、さとこちゃん。でも、次はどうか。
Then, Reina put all her strength into her arm as she raised it, and with full force of her body, swung her arm through the air. It was the fastest pitch I'd ever seen, heading toward Sadako's inside corner. However...
早いだけなら、なんとかなりますのよ。
Good going!
すげえぜ、サトコ！連続ホームランかよ！
腕力の差は配球の読みでカバーですわ。
Had a girl, Sadako. She must have known that Reina was frustrated by Sadako pointing out her slider quirk and giving up a hit, and predicted that she'd come in with a fastball this time.
素晴らしい。素晴らしすぎますよ、さとこちゃん。ぜひとも次の試合からは我がひなみ沢ファイターズの4番打者にドラフト1位指名させてください。
ご主人様？
いや、すみません、レナさん。勝負は非常です。ぜひともなお一層の気合を入れて頑張ってください。
Actually, keep running your mouth, Irie. Make Reina jealous. Unsettle her. That'll help make her get sloppy, because she'll be distracted. Because she'll be psychologically rattled.
はい、ご主人様。
さあ、これで3対2。ここは私もさとこのフォローをしてあげないとね。おーい、亀田くん。
はあ
Mion called out to Kamada-kun, whose pride and self-confidence were now completely shattered, and was now in a completely dazed, burned-out state. And then, she whispered something or other into his ear.
それは本当か？いや、本当ですか？マイエンジェル。
そのマイエンジェルはやめてほしいんだけど。とにかく約束するよ。だから元気出して精一杯頑張ってきて。
俺はやるぞー！俺はこれから修羅になる。人と会っては人を切り、鬼と会っては鬼を切る。広告の後輩、 この一戦にあり。
What empire? The Galactic Empire? After hearing that, the emaciation Kamada-kun had been feeling a moment ago disappeared. He stepped up to the mound of an aura of intense flames emanating from his back. Then he turned toward Reina, who was smiling calmly in the batter's box. He carefully dusted his hands with the non-slip powder, and then tightened his grip on the ball.
あれあれ、どうしたのかな、負け犬さん。急に元気出して。でも結果は変わらないけどね。
You call an underdog, underdog?
悪いな、お嬢さん。今までの俺は死んだ。ついさっきな。そしてここにいる俺は生まれ変わったニューカメダだ。
New Kamada doesn't have that much of a ring to it. Try Neo Kamada. That sounds better.
これまでとは一味違うぜ。
Then, Kamada-kun raised his leg up to the sky in a throwing form like he was thrusting up toward the heavens, and stepped forward with tremendous vigor, throwing a fastball with all his weight and all his spirit behind it.
俺の魂を食らいやがれ。
The force of the pitch was so strong, not even Reina could hit it back, but she swung the bat with all her might. She weakly batted it back, and the ball rolled through the infield before coming to a stop.
おいミオン、お前亀田君に何を言ったんだ。
Something, something, something made Angel Mort. Something, something, something.
ちょっとね。一級レナを封じるごとに次のデザートフェスタでスペシャルメニューを特別に追加するって条件の提示を。
Well, I guess I was at least right in the fact that it had something to do with Angel Mort at the very least.
しかしすごい効き目だわこりゃ。
なるほど。
That's Mion for you. Nice strategy. And so, the desperate struggle between Reina and Sadako continued, with the score still 3-2. And then, for Reina's final at-bat! It had been a while since we heard the pleasant sound of a Reina batted ball echoing all around, but the hit was just slightly off, and it plopped down just shy of the home run zone. Fuck! So in the end, Reina scored 3 home runs. Considering she was going head-to-head with a Koshin class ace pitcher, it was truly an accomplishment.
ということは、次の打席でサトコがホームランを打てば延長戦なのです。頑張れなのです、サトコ。サトコ？
Uh-oh. What is it? What's the problem? Noticing Sako grimacing in pain, we all rushed over. Oh, great. Keiichi! Your hopes, we all our remaining hopes onto you!
どうしたサトコ。
すみませんわね。ちょっとドジをやってしまいましたわ。
Sako bitterly smiled and held out her right hand for us to see. Looking closely, the nail of her index finger was stained reddish black, like it was bleeding eternally. Oof.
サトコ、怪我してるじゃないですか。あっちゃー、こりゃひどいわ。監督、ちょっと来て。
Coach was in the middle of wiping the dirt off the home plate when Mion called out to him in a panic. He recognized the situation, immediately rushed over with a first aid kit, sat Sako down on a bench, and began administering treatment.
さっきのファールチップを打った時に指に球が当たってしまったんでしょうね。すぐに診療所へ。私の車で行きましょう。
大丈夫ですわ。これくらい。
Sako stout-heartedly clutched the bat and tried heading out toward the batter's box. But before she could, Riki-chan cut in front of her and held out a hand to stop her.
さとこはよくやったのです。これ以上はもういいのですよ。
よくはありませんわ。この勝負に決着をつけなければレナさんはずっとあのままなんですのよ。私たちが、いえ、私がやらなければいけないんです。
さとこちゃん、もういいです。私の負けです。この勾玉は皆さんにお返ししましょう。
Wait, really?
つい面白がって私のつまらない遊びに皆さんを巻き込んでしまってすみませんでした。
Well, I guess I gotta give you credit, Doc. I guess when the chips are down, you actually will end up doing the right thing in the end. Even when it comes to matters such as this. I'll give credit where credit's due.
つまらない遊び？監督さん、それは真剣に勝負をしているレナさんに失礼ですわ。
Well, once again, as I was saying earlier, Reina's not exactly in her right frame of mind right now. You don't even acknowledge her feelings as genuine, and they really aren't, given the circumstances. So, why should we be protecting feelings that aren't genuine to begin with?
少なくともレナさんはそうは思っていないはずです。
Come on, man. Be sensible about this. Sako glared back at Coach, admonishing him for what he carelessly said.
サトコ。
最初は正直、レナさんのこと滑稽だと思ってからかっていましたわ。
And it's right! She's being brainwashed by a kidney stone!
でも途中から私、ちょっと感動しましたの。勾玉の効力とはいえ、好きな方のためにここまで真剣になれるレナさんはやっぱりすごいって。だから私もレナさんの一生懸命な思いに真正面からぶつからなければ失礼だって思いましたのよ。
That's the thing! They're not really her thoughts! They're being conjured up by the Magatamas! Come to think of it, when Sako first took over for me, she was trying to upset Reina with bluffing and psychological attacks. But somewhere along the way, she began competing in earnest, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Maybe confronting her directly allowed Sadako to feel the strength of Reina's heart more than anyone else. Give me a break, man! I know the basic rules of baseball since we've done it as a club activity, but there's no way I'd have the strength to compete with a pitcher that's famous even at the Koshian level. And yet, thanks to that Magatama Furuwazu and her love for Coach, she even studied magic pitches and caught up to Kamada-kun's skill level, all to ensure victory for Coach.
レナの恐るべき潜在能力には驚かされますのです。
She really does. If nothing else, I think we can all agree that those are definitely an inherent characteristic to Reina herself, Magatama or no.
今回の一件はやはりレナさん恐るべしということを立証することになりましたね。だね。おじさんは本気ですごいと思ったよ。
すごいどころじゃ済まねえだろ。今のレナは勾玉の剣を抜きにしても甲子園でも活躍できる実力があるぞ。
ああ、いやそういうことじゃなくてさ、好きになった相手に合わせようとさ、一生懸命努力する姿勢って立派だなって思ったの。私たちってさ、誰かを気に入ったらさ、まず自分の世界に引き込もうとしない？
Didn't we more or less already have this conversation earlier at the Irie clinic?
相手に自分の好きなものを気に入らせようとしちゃうじゃん。
それは普通のことじゃないのですか？
私もそうだしさ、案外そういう人多いんじゃないかって思う。でもさ、レナは違うんだよね。富武さんにしろ高野さんにしろ、そして監督にせよ、 相手の趣味に自分を合わせようと一生懸命努力したじゃん。確かに相手に合わせる度合いが逸脱していたけど、私は驚くところはそこじゃなくて、とにかく努力していることだと思うね。そういうものですかね。相手に合わせてばっかりだと疲れちゃいませんか？でしょ？自分の世界に相手を引き込むってことは、あるいは相手を疲れさせてることなのかもしれない。だからさ、本来は素敵な二人だったらお互いにある程度歩み合わなくちゃいけないんだよね。でも自分から歩み寄ろうとする人は少ないよ。みんな自分の世界の踏み絵を相手に踏ませて、自分からは歩み寄る努力をせず相手を引っ張る。
For some reason, Mion's uncharacteristic musings hurt a little.
ミーの話僕も相手を引き込むばかりで自分から歩み寄ろうとしたことはなかったかもなのです。それは多分サトコも、そしてミーも。そういえばミー、誰に頼まれても部活には混ぜてあげなかったのに、ケイイチだけはミーの方から部活に誘いましたですね。そうだったっけ？いや、タイはないんだよ、タイは。おじさん、何のことやら。
I didn't believe you in the original PC version of this arc, and I don't believe you here, Mion.
このヘタレ。
If there was anything this incident taught me, it was that Reina would be a great wife in the future.
となれば、早くこんな勝負を決着させて、レナを正気に戻してあげないといけないのです。
After saying that, Rika-chan turned back toward Reina on the pitcher's mound. Reina had been serving as both the batter and the pitcher, so as you'd expect, she looked rather tired. But her eyes alone still had power to them, overflowing with fighting spirit to seize victory.
ケイチ、レナが本当にいい子だってことは、もう十分わかりましたのです。だから、この茶番を。
ああ、レナが将来どんな恋をしてどんな人と結婚するかは知らねえ。でもそれはレナが自分で決める。妙な魔法は一切必要ねえってことだ。
Of course, some might want to borrow that magic strength, but others would create their own destiny without relying on another's power. Reina was obviously the latter sort. Well, there is no former or latter. Everyone wants to create their own destiny with their own strength. When you start thinking that some people can do that, but others can't, it's like admitting to yourself that you're one of the ones who can't do it. Reina's force of will seemed divine. The way she kept on smiling despite her exhaustion, she looked so noble. The lesson that Reina demonstrated in her short life is precious, and something we must never forget. So, I think that broad smile of Reina's was only for the person she had truly decided on from the bottom of her heart.
じゃあケイちゃん、あんたに全てを託すよ。だから私たちの期待に応えてよね。
おう、よし、サトコ、俺に代われ。もともと俺の役目だったんだ。お前の思いは俺が引き受けてやるぜ。
ケイチさん。
Sako stared hard at me for a while, like she was trying to gauge my true intentions. And then...
ではケイチさん、お願いいたしますわ。せめて最後の打席はイーブンにして延長戦につなげてくださいませ。
おうよ、任せろって。
I grabbed the bat from Sadako, then walked over to the batter's box. Then I turned toward Reina, who was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, and I put strength into my grip as I donned a batting stance.
さあレナ、泣いても笑ってもこれが最後の勝負だ。直球でも変化球でも 何でも来やがれ。
最後はやっぱり圭一くんとなんだね。あんまり思った通りにならなくて腹も立ったけど、でもとっても楽しかった。だからこれが本当に最後の勝負。もう小細工も何もない真っ向勝負だからね。
おう、さあかかってきやがれ。
Here we go. Rand put every ounce of strength in her body into a fastball. And I responded with a full force swing with all my might. Then, the ball coasted somewhere, deep beyond the outfield. Hell yeah!
というわけでホームラン競争は3対3ドロー。しかし竜宮さんがギブアップのため部活チームの勝ちです。
Hell yeah!
よっしゃー。
Well, I'm definitely glad they didn't decide to drag this out after all. In contrast to our triumphant victory shout, Rand dejectedly hung her head. That last pitch ran through to me. Literally had all of Reina's strength poured into a single blow. After she finished the pitch, she knelt down on the mound like she had no strength left in her. Nevertheless, she still tried to stand back up like she wanted to continue the fight, but Coach couldn't bear to see it, so he gave Reina a final order from her master telling her to give up.
いえいえ、勝負には負けましたがレナさんは孤軍奮闘、素晴らしい戦いっぷりでした。同じ条件で戦っていれば私たちの大勝利でしたよ。いや、今回のこれは勝ち負けじゃない、本当に素晴らしい、私にとっては最高に実りある体験でした。せっかくのメイドを失うのは惜しいですが、これでまたメイド化計画を実現する野望が一層強くなりましたよ。
Still, I'm not giving up on that, huh?
竜宮さん、素敵なドリームをありがとうございました。
はーい。勝負には勝ちましたが、他のもので負けた気がしますわね。
Yeah, my sanity.
さすがレナってとこか。はあ、緊張感が抜けたら一気に疲れが。
そうそう、このキーホルダーをお返しする約束でしたね。おっと、すみません。
When Coach plucked the Magatama from his uniform pocket, his fingers slipped and flung it away. And why did it have to come to flying toward me the exact moment my mouth was open wide? Playing this the same way as the old arc, too.
飲み込んじまった。はあ、
何やってんのゲイちゃん、吐き出して吐き出して。おじさんが下っ腹を殴ってあげるよ。さとこ、羽交い締めにして。それ、へっへっ。
やめて。
No, keep going! Keep going!
神妙になさいませ。
ボディは後から効いてくる。
リカちゃま、
Don't forget to grab his dick and twist it!
これって手遅れ？
お腹の中に入ったらさらっと溶けてあっさり吸収してしまいます。食後30分以内がタイムリミットなのです。でもとにかく紅白揃いましたのです。圭一とレナをフルデ神社に連れて行けばすぐに僕が解除させますのです。
というわけで2人が取り返しのつかないことになる前にフルデ神社へ連行ですわ。さあさあ、ミオンさん、西尾さん、2人を引きずっていきますわよ。
あいやさ。
Well, looks like we're almost done. According to Rika-chan, the Magatama Furazu wouldn't take effect until after a short period of time. By the time we peeled Reina away from Irie-san and took her out of the baseball field, she'd suddenly gone back to her normal self. But we couldn't waste time, because if we did that, she'd start getting cozy with me. We got on our bikes and rushed to the shrine.
はあ、もうすっかりいい時間になっちゃったね。おじさん、昼食食べ損なったからお腹ペコペコだよ。でも無事に一件落着してよかったですね。レナさんには申し訳ないですけど、なんだか退屈しない2日間でした。愉快というかなんというか、レナの恐ろしさの一端を垣間見た2日間だったね。なんとなくオチが気に入らないけど。
Yeah,
おやおや、
me too.
無事円満に解決でいいじゃないですか。変なお姉ですね。
For some reason, Mion was puffing her cheeks like she wasn't very amused. Shion laughed at that and gave her a there. The heck was that about?
では、レナとケイチ、手をお清めしましたら、二人でお祈りしますのです。僕がいいと言うまでそのままなのですよ。
おう、わかったぜ。ほい、レナ、ちゃちゃっと済まして解放されようぜ。もたもたしてるとまた霊の力が蘇っちまう。
そうだね。はあ、少しずつじんわり来たかも。
おい、リカちゃん、まずいぞ、急いでくれ。
僕はちゃんと急いでますので、ケイチもお祈りをして精神を集中するのです。
わかったよ。
ねえ、ケイチくん。
なんだよ。
さっきは助けに来てくれてありがとう。
仲間を見捨てるもんかよ。礼を言われることじゃないぜ。
うん。その時ね、ケイチくんが言ってくれた言葉がなんか嬉しかったかな。俺がお前を救ってやるぞって。あの言葉だけね、頭の中がふわふわだったのに、ちゃんとギューって聞こえたんだよ。嬉しかったかな。
別に特別な意味で言ったわけじゃねえぞ。まああの場の雰囲気というかノリというか、あるだろ、そういうお約束ってやつ。
ケイチくんは早くお腹の中からマガタマなくなってほしいんだよね。
何バカなこと言ってんだよ。こんな怪しいものいつまでも腹の中に入れてたくねえだろ。
うん。レナなんかにしがみついてこられたら、迷惑だもんね。
おい、そういう勘違いはするなよ。別に俺はレナが嫌いだから急いでるんじゃねえんだぞ。また霊の力が始まったら、レナが俺にベタベタするだろう。まあ確かにそういうのは俺も男だし嫌いじゃないけどよ。レナの気持ちがもてあそばれてるだけでフェアじゃねえと思うんだよな。だってそうだろ、レナの本心じゃねえんだぜ。あの恋するレナはレナが本当に好きになった人に向けられるべきで、こんな不正な力で俺なんかに向けられちゃおかしいんだ。
うん、そうだね。でもね、ケイチくん、さっきメイド対決やってる時にみーちゃんたちがレナのことを相手に合わせられるのはすごいねって話してたの聞いてた？
Ah, so you heard that, huh?
まあ一応はな。
Ah, so Rain was able to hear our conversation back then.
謙遜じゃなくて、誰だって好きな人ができたらその人に気に入られようと努力できるよ。レナだけの特別な力じゃない。好きになった人が手作りのクッキーが好きだって言ってくれたら、また頑張りたいと思うのはきっとレナだけじゃないと思うよ。みーちゃんだって、しーちゃんだって、さとこちゃんだって、りかちゃんだって、もちろんケイチくんにだってある力なんだから。
そういうもんかね。でもレナの手作りクッキーが好きになるってのはわかるな。昨日食って確かにうまいと思ったもんな。
ありがとう。それにレナだって自分を相手に合わせるばっかりじゃない。相手を自分の世界に引き込もうと相手の迷惑も考えずに引っ張っちゃうこともあるよ。
宝探しのことかよ。まあ俺でも最初は面食らったからな。レナみたいな普通っぽい女の子がこんな趣味を持ってるのかよって結構驚いたのもいい思い出だぜ。
やっぱ面食らっちゃうよね。変だよね。そういうのに誘っちゃいけないよね。
相手がそういうのを好きじゃなさそうだったら無理に誘うのは遠慮した方がいいだろうよ。最近は潔癖っぽい軟弱な男も多いらしいからよ。
そうだね。うん。
でもよ、俺は楽しいと思ってるからな。誤解すんなよ。明日の部活が早く終わったらまた一緒に宝探しをしようって約束してるもんな。
うん、してる。
まあレナが本当の意味で宝探しに連れて行きたい人が現れるまでは付き合ってやるからさ。安心して力仕事は俺に任せろよな。でも冷蔵庫をどかすのはさすがに俺一人じゃきついけどな。
Raina probably could, though.
ダメ。ケイチくん、ふわらずの勾玉の力また込み上げてきた。
おいおい、まずいな。とにかくお祈りに集中しろ。その気持ちはもう少しで消えるんだから辛抱してろ。
そうだね。もう少しで消えちゃうんだね。
たく、こんな面倒な宝物よくも神様は作ったもんだぜ。
Poor Hanyu.
人の迷惑も考えろってんだ。
そうかな。レナは素敵な、本当に好きで大好きなのに背中を一押ししてくれる何かが欲しい。そういう人たちってきっと大昔から大勢いたんだよ。そういう人たちにたくさんの幸せをプレゼントしてきた魔法の宝物だと思うよ。
ま、今日最大の被害者のレナがそう言うんならそういうことにしてもいいか。
もうダメ。
おいおいリカちゃん、まだかよ。急いでくれよ。
急いでますのです。急がせていますのですよ。
ケイチくん、これ私の意志じゃないかもね。勾玉の力なのかもね。リュグーレナはケイチくんのこと大好きだよ。もうすぐ消えちゃう力なら今それだけ伝えたいから。
バカ、勾玉の力に屈するなよ。本気にするだろ。
そうだね。勾玉の力早く解けちゃうといいね。だって解けないとどんな勇気ある言葉も何も伝わらないもんね。
I think that little line was definitely not present in the original.
聞きましたですか、サトコ。レナがケイイチに告白しちゃったのですよ。
聞こえましたわ。なんでしょう、ケイイチさんとレナさんが仲良しなのはとてもいいことなんですけど、 なぜかムカムカして腹立たしいですわ。
Why?
リカ、儀式の一部ってことにしてうさぎ跳びで境内の階段往復させてあげるのはいかがかしら。
Don't do that. They might go tumbling all the way down.
ミーには聞こえなくて幸いだったのです。もし聞こえていたら、明日から圭一は部活100連敗の罰ゲーム地獄に落とされていたのですよ。
いっそのこと、今のをミオンさんに教えて差し上げるのはいかがですか？
You know, now that I think about it, assuming that the confession that Reina just made here wasn't born out of the Magatama's influence, Reina actually manages to beat me onto the punch here in this timeline by confessing to Keiichi first.
それも面白いと思いますですが、こういうネタはもしもの時のために取っておいた方がいいと思いますのです。危なくなった時の緊急回避ツール。これこそ最強のマジックアイテムなのですよ。
ミカ、あなたも相当のワルですわね。
南沢村はずっとこの内側だけの狭い世界でしたから、たまには何か素敵なことも必要だったと思いますのですよ。だから僕のご先祖様は不わらずの勾玉を残し続けたと思いますのです。
綺麗にまとめようとしておりますけど、そうして誕生したカップルの裏で泣いている男の方が大量にいらっしゃることを考えると、あまり大手を振っては喜べませんわね。
She's got a point there.
全員の希望を叶えられないのでしたら、縁結びの神様を語るのは少々傲慢だと思いますけど。
ひどい言い方なのです。神様でもできることとできないことがあるのです。最初から神や物に頼ったりする人は、まず努力をすることが大切だと覚えるべきなのですよ。
なんか思いっきり神様のサボりを正当化しているようにも聞こえますけど。そうそう、理科の罰ゲームがまだでしたわね。
Uh-oh.
さっきシオンさん、その座引きの秘密部屋で準備万全っておっしゃっていましたわよ。
By secret room, do you mean the bunker? That's got the torture implements and all that? Because if so, then you telling me that among all those genuinely terrifying torture implements, there's an actual tickle machine in there? Fascinating.
下で葛西さんがお車用意してお待ちしているとのことですから、この後のことをお楽しみにしておいてくださいませ。
Bomb the stairs, so I'm assuming it is indeed in the bunker.
もちろん、私もご同行いたしますわよ。
今日は聡子の治療がこの後ありますから、そっちが優先なのです。それに先祖の罪は子孫の罪ではないのです。過去の失敗を水に流してこそ正常な国交は開かれるのですよ。
Well, that's a nice thought for sure, but when the bygones in question are committed by the people of the present and not the people's fathers or grandfathers or ancestors or anything like that, letting bygones be bygones in that case, and each and every single case like that, just simply makes you a goddamn pushover. And if there's one thing I absolutely refuse to be, it is a pushover.
おい、サトコにリカちゃん、俺たちいつまでこうしてりゃいいんだ？
ごめんなさいませ。もう儀式は終わったとのことですから大丈夫みたいですわよ。さて、この後は理科のための体験会が控えていますから、こちょこちょマシーンの
リカちゃま、覚悟しや。
You would dare tickle the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama? Anyway, well, we had a half-baked ending, but everything worked out peacefully. Or so it seemed. Wait, there's more? Oh, hey, Tomitaki.
やっと見つけたよレナちゃん。
もう探したわよレナちゃん。どこに行ったのか心配したんだから。
Oh yeah, that's right. We had something similar like to this play out in the original PC port. And so, though things were just about to end on a good note, Tomitaki-san and Takano-san ruined the mood by butting in right at the end of the ceremony.
それはひどいよレナちゃん。昨日僕と約束したじゃないか。ほらレナちゃんのサイズでちゃんとナス服を用意したんだ。さあ僕と二人っきりのプライベート撮影会をしよう。
話しなさいよ二郎さん。レナちゃん本気で嫌がってるわよ。
高野さんこそ話すんだ。僕はね、ようやく生涯のパートナーとそして最高の被写体を見つけたのさ。さあ全てのフィルムをレナちゃんのナース姿で埋め尽くしてあげるよ。はうお持ち帰り。
Oh god.
レナちゃんはね、汚らわしいオスザルになんて興味ないんだから。
But you did. So what does that say about you?
ねえレナちゃん、今日から私のことはお姉様って呼んでいいんだからね。ほらほらダメよ、体が曲がっていてよ。
二人とも話してよ。なんでこんな目に遭うのかな。あれは勾玉の力ではありませんので、もう私たちにはどうしようもないのですわ。けじめを取って、やはり今日この後は理科のためにこちょこちょマシンに加えて新開発のグリグリマシンとワキワキマシンの体験会も開くべきですわね。
Grindy, grindy, and itchy, itchy machines?
ご勘弁なのです。
What exactly do those... How exactly do those things work? Rika-chan ran off with tears in her eyes, and Sako chased after her. We were all tepidly watching over this rare scene, so opposite of what we'd normally see.
なあシオン、そのマシーンの威力ってどんなのだ？
知りたいですか？
Dear God. She's got a sadistic streak going on right now.
遠慮します。
Now, in all due seriousness, Tomitaki, Tanako, can't you two just kiss and make up and then make love already? Like, let's be real here. The universe truly isn't in its right order when you two aren't together in every sense. Well, not gonna lie, even though I did end up enjoying this thing more often than not, I still can't help but be disappointed that this thing wasn't quite as different from the original PC version as I was initially expecting it to be. Like, truly the biggest differences were just a couple characters being switched around along with a few scenes in the beginning. And then the true divergence happens when, instead of Reina going after Ushi, she ends up going after Irie instead. And then the whole ball game stuff and everything that followed after. But past that, though, the arc played exactly the same as the original PC port. It's like half and half, more if anything, in regards to its actual execution. When it comes to the level of differences between the two versions, I mean, I was hoping for like maybe a 70% difference at minimum. Oh, there's
にしても縁結びの勾玉か。使い方によっては世界平和にも利用できそうなんだけどな。
世界平和？なんかえらくスケールの大きな話が出たね。それって一体どうやって？
ほら、あれだ。紛争とかでいがみ合ってる2つの国の偉い人に渡すんだ。そうしたらお互いに仲良くなってめでたしめでたしじゃないか。
いくらなんでもお国の対立問題でそう簡単には参りませんわ。上の方が仲直りしても他の方々が納得しなければ同じことですし。
She's got a point.
2人とも職を追われておしまいだと思いますわよ。それにあの勾玉だと一方的に好きになって相手の気持ちはお構いなしだもんね。それって好きって感情とはちょっと違うと思う。むしろ依存とか従属とかあんまり幸せな感じじゃないね。やっぱり恋愛はお互いに好き合って理解してこそ成立するものなんだってレナは思うよ。
まあそういう意味では国家は大げさとしても仲間同士の信頼関係にも同じことが言えるかもしれません。便利な道具を使って理由も根拠もなくこっちに好意を向けさせるなんて虫が良すぎます。結局泥臭くても理解の積み重ねが大事ってことなんでしょうね。
理解か。言葉にすると簡単だけどなかなか難しいよな。仲のいい相手のことを考えてるつもりでもこっちの思惑と全然違ってることの方が多いし。
そもそも相手のためって考え方自体が傲慢なのかもしれないね。それってすっごく自分を相手よりも高みに置いてる思考なんだから。だったら本音をぶつけ合った方が逆に理解が深まるってこともあるんじゃないかな。
とても深い話なのです。みー。
ほうほう。だったらお姉、今持ってる本音をケイちゃんにぶつけてみなさいな。意外に理解が深まるかもしれませんよ。それとこれとは。
なんだミオン、俺に何かあるってのか？
Yes, yes he does.
言ってみろよ。ほれほれ。
言えるわけないでしょ。
Oh, you coward.
なあレナ、ミオン出て行っちまったがなんで俺はぶん殴られたんだ？やっぱりこれも本人に疑問をぶつけるべきなんだろうか。
I wouldn't recommend it. She might pound on you even more and even harder.
さてね、レナは知らない。
まったくデリカシーないのはお互い様ってやつですか。
And that right there, Shion, is why they're actually a perfect couple. They're two idiots in a pod.
前途は多難ですね。
And together, there is a single brain cell between the two of them, and they take turns using it.
とはいえ、この件で圭一さんに理解を深めろってのは酷かもしれませんわ。ギャルゲー主人公のお約束なのですよ、ニパ
Well, I guess that's that. Although, since this particular version of the arc allowed me choices, I kind of want to see what happens if I select different ones. So I'm going to check these out real quick, and then I will give my final thoughts on this arc. And then I'll bring the stream to an end. We're going to swing right down the middle for our first choice this time.
Strike!
Rain's pitch managed to slip past my swing and land in the catcher's mitt behind me.
まずはレナが1本リードだよ。
Even if I was being careless, a swing and a miss was such a failure.
ケイチさん、ケイチ。
Sako and the others must have been worried and came back to check on me. It's not over yet. That was only the first at-bat. As long as Rain misses the next pitch, and I'm able to land a hit. Okay, this is different. Swing it with all my might, I think.
Strike!
Again, Rain's pitch managed to slip past my swing and landed in the catcher's mitt behind me.
あっちゃー。全然タイミング合ってないよ。もうケイちゃん、何やってんですか？
Experimenting, my dear. Ugh. I thought I nailed it perfectly. So what gives?
まさか。理科も見ましたか？やっぱり間違いありませんわね。
Sako seemed to have sensed something and walked up to me. And then...
ケイチさん、注意してください。レナさんのさっき投げたあれ、スライダーですわ。
スライダーってなんだ？
知りませんの？まっすぐの球とほとんど同じスピードでバッターから逃げるように曲がる変化球のことですわ。ある意味でカーブよりも打ちにくいプロ御用達の魔球ですわよ。
なに？なんでそんな球レナが投げられるんだ？
そりゃまあ、伝記を読んできたからじゃない？往年の大投手の。
なんじゃそりゃ。そんなもんで魔球が身につくならプロ野球選手が
しかしさすがはレナさんと
いくらマガタマの力とはいえ。
Aim for the same course. The ball grazed the top of the bat as I swung, and then slammed into the net behind me. I had the timing right, but... was that a straight pitch just now?
タイムですわ。
Just then, Sako jumped up and ran up beside me, with a look on her face like she couldn't take it anymore. I know, I suck. And then...
ケイチさん、今の球は見えておりましたか？
いや直球だろ？
違いますわよ。今のもスライダーです。まずいですわね。このままだと全打席当てるのが精一杯って感じになってしまいますわ。
くそ。サトコどうすればいい？スライダーの打ち方お前はわかるか？
私も本でしか読んだことはありませんわ。そもそもそんな変化球を投げられる方と野球をやったことはございませんし、一体どうしたら。
Just then, Sako clapped her hands together like she just had an epiphany.
ケイチさん、私にいい手を思いつきましたわ。
いやサトコ、一度やると決めた以上ここでお前に譲ったら俺のプライドが許さん。
Oh wait, he's gonna make the choice for me here?
俺に任せてくれ。頼む。
そうですか？ならお止めいたしませんけど、本当に大丈夫ですの？
ああ、任せろ。さっきのでレナの球の癖は完璧に見抜いたぜ。
No, you're not, my boy. This time, Kamada-kun fell to his knees and collapsed right there on the mound. Rina's third hit of the day arched toward the center field and then disappeared.
ケイチさん、
心配するな。俺の真の力をとくと見せてやるぜ。
Then, I stepped into the batter's box and and tightened my grip with all my might as I set the bat into position.
さあどっからでも来やがれ。
申し上げましたのに。
That you did. That you did.
あれだけ大口叩いて7球連続空振りってどういうことなんですな。
Oof.
すまん。いやこんなはずじゃボケ。だから俺の話をボケ。
お仕置きなのです。僕たちの期待を裏切った愚か者には思いっきりお仕置きなのですよ。
Fare thee well, Keiichi. It was nice knowing you. Going up against Reina when she was going out, even without even a plan, I suffered a crushing one-side defeat. And then the club members dished out their punishment for me, which they called octo-thwacking.
ほらサヨナラホームランを打った打者を出迎えるときに他の選手がやる手洗い祝福ってやつ？あれの正反対の意味合いで憎しみ怒りが入ったと考えてくださいな。それにしてはなんか変な狂気混ざってない？
At any rate, Sadako and Rika were able to persuade Coach afterwards with their weaponized crying strategy, and we were able to free Reina from the Magatama's curse. What? However, one of the conditions of the exchange was Sadako and Rika-chan serve me as dressed as maids. So the two people who took the most direct damage from this mess were especially bitter and resentful, and wanted to take it out on me. So, in the end, Irie got what he wanted most of all with Sadako after all. Damn, I really would have screwed up here if I'd made these choices. Oof. Ow! Ow, 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 ow!
まあひとまずは一件落着ってことでいいよね。
俺は全然よくねえぞ。誰か助けてくれ。レナ
はあ？ケイチくん、何か悪いことしたのかな？
You really expect Reina to help you? You poor fool. Wow, that was predictably anticlimactic. But now I want to check one last thing. I want to make the same choices that I made the first time around. And then deliberately choose to go at it myself just on the off chance there might be something different. Not likely, but you never know. Handle it myself.
Yeah, Sadako.
Okay, so it is just the same.
それにしては
ケイチくん、何か悪いことしたのかな？
I just had to be certain. I just wanted to be certain. Well then. So yeah, as I was saying during the credits sequence, if thinking about it, I'd say close to half of it is the same as the original PC arc, while the other half is where the true differences lie, if you can even call it the other half, really. And that's the final segment with Irie. I'm not really sure that's enough. I don't really feel like that's enough of a difference, along with the little minor stuff at the beginning I noted when starting this. I don't think all those things together are really enough of a difference from the original PC version of this arc for me to not feel a little bit of disappointment at the whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed myself when it came to all the different stuff that was there, especially once we got into a whole new thing with Irie. That was still fun, but I still feel like they could have done more to differentiate it from the original PC port. And that's ultimately where I feel like the disappointment lies for me. Otherwise, the stuff that happened in the original PC port and this one are the same. I don't really have anything to really say about those, because whatever I said about those same segments in the original PC version of Hirukowashi could also apply here for the alternate console version. But if I had to pick which version I like over the other, it would likely be this one for sure, because the shogi segment with Ushi was just not something I could fully get invested in, no matter how hard I tried. At least with baseball, I have a much more firm understanding of how the game plays and all that, so it's easier for me to get invested on that, because I could actually understand what's going on with there. Shogi, though, not so much. So I guess by virtue of that, along with the actual CG pieces that were made for the alternate console version and the actual proper voice dialogue and everything that was present, I would say overall the alternate console version ends up being the winner for me. Even though I will admit, swapping, I will admit I did end up missing Hanyu. But I suppose Shion is okay, given this story. But I just think the bantering between Hanyu and Rika was ultimately a bit more amusing overall than between Rika and Sadako. Although Rika and Sadako's bantering throughout this arc was pretty close to Hanyu and Rika's, in my opinion. Still pretty entertaining in its own right. But yeah, overall, alternate console version is the winner for me. So, don't think I really have anything more to add besides that. Other than Irie should have his hard drives examined, probably. Probably. So, I guess next time we come back, we're going to be starting the final arc for Higurashi When They Cry Rei. Batso Koishi, the most awful daydream. Now, whatever that is going to end up entailing, I'm pretty sure it will be a very interesting affair. So, with all that being said, I hope those of you who tuned in to this latest episode of the Higurashi When They Cry Rei series has enjoyed themselves. I will see you all next time for, well, I'm not sure what I'll end up doing. I'll end up doing tomorrow, if I end up doing anything tomorrow at all here. But we will be definitely... But when it comes to Higurashi, at least, we will be starting Batsukoshi next time for sure, like I said. But as for other series I'm doing right now, I'm going to try to do an episode on Noelle the Mortal Fate. If I can, I'll try to do that tomorrow. But if not, if my schedule doesn't end up allowing it after all, then I'll just do that when I can. So, I want to wish you all a pleasant day or evening or night, whatever part of the world that you're in. Take good care of yourselves, and I will see you all next time. Good night.